Book 5, Part 2 of The History of Britain by John Milton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Edward the Elder. Edward, the son of Alfred, succeeded him. In learning not equal, but in power and extent of dominion surpassing his father. The beginning of his reign had much disturbance by Ethelwold, an ambitious young man who was son of the king's uncle, or cousin german, or brother, for his genealogy is variously delivered. He, vainly avouching to have equal right with Edward of succession to the crown, possessed himself of Wimburne in Dorsetshire, and of another town diversely named, giving out that there he would live or die. But being encompassed with the king's forces at Badbury, a place nigh, his heart failed him, and he stole out by night, and fled to the Danish army beyond the Humber. The king sent after him, but not overtaking, found his wife in the town, whom he had married out of a nunnery, and he commanded her to be sent back thither. About this time, note post Christ 902, return to text, the Kentish men against a multitude of Danish pirates fought prosperously at a place called Home, as Hovenden records. Ethelwold, aided by the Northumbrians with shipping, 3 years after, note post Christ 905, return to text, sailing to the East Angles, persuaded the Danes there to fall into the king's territory, who, marching with him as far as Crackled, and passing the Thames there, wasted as far beyond as they durst venture, and, laden with spoils, returned home. The king, with his powers making speed after them, between the Dyke and Ouse, supposed to be Suffolk and Cambridgeshire, as far as the fens northward, laid waste all before him. Thence, intending to return, he commanded that all his army should follow him close without delay. But the Kentishmen, though often called upon, lagging behind, the Danish army prevented them, and joined battle with the king, where Duke Sigulf and Earl Sigelm, with many other of the nobles, were slain. On the Danes' part, Eoric their king, and Ethelwold, the author of this war, with others of high note, and of them greater number, but with great ruin on both sides. Yet the Danes kept in their power the burying of their slain. Whatever followed upon this conflict, which we read not, the king 2 years after, with the Danes, note post Christ 907, return to text, both of East Angles and Northumberland, concluded peace, which continued 3 years, by whomsoever broken, for at the end thereof, note post Christ 910, return to text, King Edward, raising great forces out of Wessex and Mercia, sent them against the Danes beyond the Humber, where, staying 5 weeks, they made great spoil and slaughter. The king offered them terms of peace, but they, rejecting all, entered with the next year into Mercia, note post Christ 911, return to text, rendering no less hostility than they had suffered, but at Tetnall in Staffordshire, saith Florent, were by the English in a set battle overthrown. King Edward, then in Kent, had got together of ships about 100 sail. Others, gone southward, came back and met him. The Danes, now supposing that his main forces were upon the sea, took liberty to rove and plunder up and down, as hope of prey led them, beyond the Severn. The king, guessing what might embolden them, sent before him the lightest of his army to entertain them. Then, following with the rest, set upon them in their return over Cantbrig in Gloucestershire, and slew many thousands, among whom Ekwils, Halfdan, and Hingwa their kings, and many other harsh names in Huntingdon. The place also of this fight is variously written, by Ethelward and Florent called Woden's Field. The year following, note post Christ 912, return to text, the Duke of Mercia, to whom Alfred had given London with his daughter in marriage, now dying, King Edward resumed that city, and Oxford, with the countries adjoining, into his own hands, and the year after built, or much repaired by his soldiers, the town of Hertford, on either side Lee, and, having a sufficient number at the work, marched about middle summer with the other part of his forces into Essex, and encamped at Malden, while his soldiers built Wilton, where a good part of the country, subject formerly to the Danes, yielded themselves to his protection. 4 years after, note post Christ 917, return to text. Florent allows but 1 year. The Danes from Leicester and Northampton, falling into Oxfordshire, committed much rapine, and in some towns thereof great slaughter, while another party, wasting Hertfordshire, met with other fortune, for the country people, inured now to such kind of incursions, joining stoutly together, fell upon the spoilers, and recovered their own goods, with some booty from their enemies. About the same time, Alfred, the king's sister, sent her army of Mercians into Wales, who routed the Welsh, took the castle of Bricton Mere by Brecknock, and brought away the king's wife of that country, with other prisoners. Not long after, she took Derby from the Danes, and the castle by sharp assault. But the year ensuing, note post Christ 918, return to text, brought a new fleet of Danes to Ledwick in Devonshire, under 2 leaders, Otter and Rold, who, sailing thence westward about the Land's End, came up to the mouth of the Severn. Their landing wasted the Welsh coast and Erkenfield, part of Hertfordshire, where they took Cunelac, a British bishop, for whose ransom King Edward gave £40. But the men of Hertford and Gloucestershire, assembling, put them to flight, slaying Rold and the brother of Otter, with many more, pursued them to a wood, and their beset compelled them to give hostages of present departure. The king with his army sat not far off, securing from the south of Severn to Avon, so that openly they durst not. By night they twice ventured to land, but found such welcome that few of them came back. The rest anchored by a small island, where many of them were famished. Then, sailing to a place called Deomed, they crossed into Ireland. The king with his army went to Buckingham, stayed there a month, and built 2 castles or forts on either bank of Ouse ere his departing. And Turketel, a Danish leader, with those of Bedford and Northampton, yielded him subjection. Whereupon the next year, note post Christ 919, return to text, he came with his army to the town of Bedford, took possession thereof, stayed there a month, and gave order to build another part of the town on the south side of the Ouse. Thence, the year following, note post Christ 920, return to text, he went again to Malden, repaired and fortified the town. Turketel the Dane, having small hope to thrive here, where things with such prudence were managed against his interest, got leave of the king, with as many voluntaries as would follow him, to pass into France. Early the next year, Edward re-edified Tovechester, now Torchester, and another city in the annals called Wajingmere. Meanwhile, the Danes in Leicester and Northamptonshire, not liking perhaps to be neighboured with strong towns, laid siege to Torchester, but finding that the people within the town repelled the assault 1 whole day till supplies came, quitted the siege by night, and, being pursued closely by the besieged, between Burnwood and Aylesbury were surprised, and many of them made prisoners, and much of their baggage lost. Others of the Danes at Huntingdon, aided from the East Angles, finding that castle not commodious, left it, and built another at Thamesford, judging that place more opportune from whence to make their excursions, and soon after went forth with design to assail Bedford. But the garrison, issuing out, slew a great part of them, and the rest fled. After this, a great army of them, gathered out of Mercia and the East Angles, came and besieged the city called Wajingmere a whole day, but finding it defended stoutly by them within, thence also departed, driving away much of their cattle, whereupon the English, from towns and cities round about, joining forces, laid siege to the town and castle of Thamesford, and by assault took both, slew their king with Tuglia, a duke, and Manon his son, an earl, with all the rest there found, who chose to die rather than yield. Encouraged by this, the men of Kent, Surrey, and part of Essex enterprised the siege of Colchester, nor gave over till they won it, sacking the town and putting to the sword all the Danes therein, except some who escaped over the wall. To the succour of these, a great number of Danes inhabiting ports and other towns in the country of the East Angles united their force, but coming too late, as in revenge, beleaguered Malden, But that town also being timely relieved, they departed, and were not only frustrated of their design, but so hotly pursued that many thousands of them lost their lives in the flight. Forthwith King Edward with his West Saxons went to Passum upon the river Ouse, there to guard the passage, while others were building a stone wall about Torchester. To him their Earl Thurfert and other Lord Danes, with their army thereabout, as far as Wielude, came and submitted. Whereat the king's soldiers joyfully cried out to be dismissed home. Therefore with another part of them he entered Huntingdon, and repaired it, where breaches had been made, all the people thereabout returning to obedience. The like was done at Colchester by the next remove of his army. After which both East and West Angles, and the Danish forces among them, yielded to the king, swearing allegiance to him both by sea and land. The army also of the Danes at Grantbrigg, surrendering themselves, took the same oath. The summer following, note post Christ 922, return to text, he came with his army to Stamford, built a castle there on the south side of the river, where all the people of these quarters acknowledged him supreme. During his abode there, Alfred, his sister, a martial woman, who after her husband's death would no more marry, but gave herself to public affairs, repairing and fortifying many towns, and sometimes making war, died at Tamworth, the chief seat of Mercia, whereof by gift of Alfred her father she was lady or queen, whereby that whole nation became obedient to King Edward, as did also North Wales, with Howell, Clydaucus, and Diothwell their kings. Thence passing to Nottingham, he entered and repaired the town, placed there part English, part Danes, and received fealty from all in Mercia of either nation. The next autumn, note post Christ 923, return to text, coming with his army to Cheshire, he built and fortified Thelwell, and while he stayed there, called another army out of Mercia, which he sent to repair and fortify Manchester. About midsummer following, he marched again to Nottingham, built a town over against it on the south side of that river, and with a bridge joined them both. Thence journeyed to a place called Bedeconwillan in Pictland. There also built and fenced a city on the borders, where the King of Scots did him honour as to his sovereign, together with the whole Scottish nation. The like Reginald did, and the son of Edulf, Danish princes, with all the Northumbrians, both English and Danes. The king also of a people thereabout called Straight Gledwally, the North Welsh, as Camden thinks, of Straight Clyd in Denbighshire, perhaps rather the British of Cumberland, did him homage, and not undeserved, for Buchanan himself confesses that this King Edward, with a small number of men compared to his enemies, overthrew in a great battle the whole united power both of Scots and Danes, slew most of the Scottish nobility, and forced Malcolm, whom Constantine, the Scottish king, had made general, and designed heir of his crown, to save himself by flight, sore wounded. Of the English he makes Athelstan, the son of Edward, chief leader, and so far seems to confound times and actions as to make this battle the same with that fought by Athelstan about 24 years after at Bruneford against Anlaf and Constantine, whereof hereafter. But here Buchanan takes occasion to inveigh against the English writers, upbraiding them with ignorance who affirm Athelstan to have been supreme king of Britain, and Constantine, the Scottish king, with others to have held of him, and denies that in the annals of Marianus Scotus any mention is to be found thereof, which I shall not stand much to contradict, for in Marianus, whether by his surname or from his native country called Scotus, will be found as little mention of any other Scottish affairs till the time of King Duncad, slain by Macatad, or Macbeth, in the year 1040, which gives cause of suspicion that the affairs of Scotland before that time were so obscure as to be unknown to their own countrymen, who lived and wrote his chronicle not long after. But King Edward, thus nobly doing, and thus honoured, the year following died at Farringdon. Note, post Christ 925. Return to text. Having, through all his reign, been a builder and restorer, even in time of war, not a destroyer of his land, He had by several wives many children. His eldest daughter, Edith, he gave in marriage to Charles, King of France, grandchild of Charles the Bald, above mentioned. Of the rest, in place convenient. His laws are yet to be seen. He was buried at Winchester in the monastery near Alfred his father, and a few days after him died Ethelwerd, his eldest son, the heir of his crown. He had the whole island in subjection, yet so as petty kings reigned under him. In Northumberland, after Ecgbert, whom the Danes had set up, and the Northumbrians, yet unruly under their yoke, at the end of 6 years had expelled, one Rixig was set up king, and bore the name 3 years. Then another Ecgbert, and Guthred. The latter, if we believe legends, of a servant had been made king by command of St. Cuthbert in a vision, and enjoined, by another vision of the same saint, to pay well for his royalty many lands and privileges to his church and monastery. But now to the story. Athelstan. Athelstan, next in age to Ethelwerd his brother, who deceased untimely few days before, though born of a concubine, yet for the great appearance of many virtues in him, and his brethren being yet under age, was exalted to the throne at Kingston upon Thames, note post Christ 926, return to text, and by his father's last will, saith Malmesbury, yet not without some opposition of one Alfred and his accomplices, who, not liking he should reign, had conspired to seize on him after his father's death, and to put out his eyes. But the conspirators were discovered, and Alfred, denying the plot, was sent to Rome to assert his innocence before the Pope, where, taking his oath on the altar, he fell down immediately, and being carried out by his servants, 3 days after died. Meanwhile, beyond the Humber, the Danes, though much awed, were not idle. Ingald, one of their kings, took possession of York. Sitrick, who some years before had slain Neil his brother, by force took Davenport in Cheshire, and, however he defended these doings, grew so considerable that Athelstan with great solemnity gave him his sister Edith to wife. But he enjoyed her not long, dying ere the year's end. Nor did his sons Anlaf and Guthford long enjoy the kingdom, being driven out the next year by Athelstan, note post Christ 927, return to text. Not unjustly, saith Huntington, as being the first raisers of the war. Simeon calls him Gudfred, a British king whom Athelstan this year drove out of his kingdom. And perhaps they were both one, the name and time not much differing, the place only mistaken. Malmesbury differs in the name also, calling him Adolf, a certain rebel. Them also I wish as much mistaken, who write that Athelstan, jealous of his younger brother Edwin's towardly virtues, lest added to his right of birth they might, some time or other, call in question his illegitimate precedence, caused him to be drowned in the sea, note post Christ 933, return to text. Exposed, some say, with one servant in a rotten bark, without sail or oar, where the youth, far off land and in rough weather, despairing, threw himself overboard. The servant, more patient, got to land and reported the success. But this Malmesbury confesses to be sung in old songs, but not read in warrantable authors. And Huntington speaks of a sad accident to Athelstan, that he lost his brother Edwin by sea, which seems far the more credible story, in that Athelstan, as it is written by all, tenderly loved and bred up the rest of his brethren, of whom he had no less cause to be jealous than of Edwin. And the year following, note post Christ 934, return to text, he prospered better than, after the commission of so foul a deed, could be expected, in marching into Scotland with great puissance, both by sea and land, and chasing his enemies before him by land as far as Dunfjordur and Wertamore, and by sea as far as Caithness. The cause of this expedition, saith Malmesbury, was to demand Guthford, the son of Sitrick, thither fled, though not denied at length by Constantine, who with Eugenius, king of Cumberland, at a place called Dacor or Dacre in that shire, surrendered himself, and each of them his kingdom, to Athelstan, who brought back with him for a hostage the son of Constantine. But Guthfert, escaping in the meanwhile out of Scotland, and Constantine, exasperated by this invasion, persuaded Anlaf, the other son of Sitric, who had then fled into Ireland, others write Anlaf, king of Ireland and the Isles, a son-in-law, with 615 ships, and the king of Cumberland with other forces to come to his aid. This within 4 years effected. Note, post-Christ 938, return to text. They entered England by the Humber, and fought with Athelstan at a place called Wendune, others term it Brunanburg, others Brunford, which ingulfed places beyond the Humber, Camden in Glendale of Northumberland on the Scotch borders. The bloodiest fight, say authors, that ever this island saw, to describe which the Saxon annalist, who is wont to be sober and succinct, whether the same or another writer, now labouring under the weight of his argument and overcharged, runs on a sudden into such extravagant fancies and metaphors as bear him quite beside the scope of being understood. Huntington, though himself peccant enough in this kind, transcribes him word for word as a pastime to his readers. I shall only sum up whatever I can attain in usual language. The battle was fought eagerly from morning till night. Some fell of King Edward's old army, tried in many a battle before, but on the other side great multitudes, and the rest fled to their ships. 5 kings and 7 of Anlaf's chief captains were slain on the place with Frode, a Norman leader. Constantine escaped home, but lost his son in the fight, if I understand my author. Anlaf fled by sea to Dublin, with a small remainder of his great host. Malmesbury relates this war, adding many circumstances, after this manner: that Anlaf, joining with Constantine and the whole power of Scotland, besides those which he brought with him out of Ireland, came on far southwards, till Athelstan, who had retired on set purpose to be the surer of his enemies, enclosed from all succour and retreat, met him at Brunford. Anlaf, perceiving the valour and resolution of Athelstan, and mistrusting his own forces, though numerous, resolved first to spy in what posture his enemies lay, and, imitating perhaps what he had heard to have been attempted by King Alfred in the age before, in the habit of a musician, got access, by his lute and voice, to the king's tent, there playing both the minstrel and the spy. Then, towards evening, being dismissed, he was observed by one who had been his soldier, and well knew him, to have been viewing earnestly the king's tent, and what approaches lay about it, and then in the twilight to depart. The soldier forthwith acquaints the king, and being by him blamed for letting go his enemy, answered that he had given first his military oath to Anlaf, whom if he had betrayed, the king might suspect him of like treasonous mind towards himself, which to disprove, he advised him to remove his tent a good distance off. And that being so done, it happened that a bishop, with his retinue coming to that army, pitched his tent in the same place from whence the king had removed his. Anlaf, coming by night, as he had designed, to assault the camp, and especially the king's tent, finding there the bishop instead, slew him with all his followers. Athelstan took the alarm, and, as it seems, was not found so unprovided, but that the day now appearing, he put his men in order, and maintained the fight till evening, wherein Constantine himself was slain, with 5 other kings and 12 earls. The Saxon annals were content with 7, in the rest not disagreeing. Ingulf, abbot of Copeland, from the authority of Turcatul, a principal leader in this battle, relates it more at large to this effect: that Athelstan, above a mile distant from the place where execution was done upon the bishop and his supplies, alarmed at the noise, came down by break of day upon Anlaf and his army, overwatched and wearied now with the slaughter they had made, and something out of order, yet in 2 main battles. The king therefore, in like manner dividing, led the one part, consisting mostly of West Saxons, against Anlaf and his Danes and Irish, committing the other to his chancellor Turcatul, with the Mercians and Londoners, against Constantine and his Scots. The shower of arrows and darts overpast, both battles attacked each other with a close and terrible engagement, for a long space neither side giving ground, till the Chancellor Turketel, a man of great stature and strength, taking with him a few Londoners of select valour, and Singin, who led the Worcestershire men, a captain of undaunted courage, broke into the thickest, making his way first through the Picts and Orkneys, then through the Cumbrians and Scots, and came at length where Constantine himself fought, unhorsed him, and used all means to take him alive. But the Scots, valiantly defending their king, and laying load upon Turketel, which the goodness of his armour well endured, he had yet been beaten down, had not Singin, his faithful second, at the same time slain Constantine, which being once known, Anlaf and the whole army betook themselves to flight, whereof a huge multitude fell by the sword. This Turketel, not long after, leaving worldly affairs, became abbot of Croyland, which at his own cost he had repaired from Danish ruins, and left there this memorial of his former actions. Athelstan, with his brother Edmund, victorious, thence turning into Wales, with much more ease vanquished Ludwald the king, and possessed his land. But Malmesbury writes that, commiserating human chance, as he displaced, so he restored both him and Constantine to their regal state, for the surrender of King Constantine hath been above spoken of. However, the Welsh did him homage at the city of Hereford, and covenanted yearly payment of gold 20 pound, of silver 300, of oxen 25,000, besides hunting dogs and hawks. He also took Exeter from the Cornish Britons, who till that time had equal right there with the English, and bounded them with the river Tamar, as the other British with the Wey. Thus, dreaded of his enemies, and renowned far and near, 3 years after he died at Gloucester. Note, post-Christ, 941, return to text. And was buried with many trophies at Malmesbury, where he had caused to be laid his 2 cousin Germans, Elwin and Ethelstan, both slain in the battle against Anlaf. He was 30 years old at his coming to the crown, mature in wisdom from his childhood, comely of person and behaviour, so that Alfred his grandfather, in blessing him, was wont to pray that he might live to have the kingdom, and put him, while yet a child, into a soldier's habit. He had his breeding in the court of Alfred his aunt, of whose virtues more than female we have spoken above, which is sufficient to evince that his mother, though said to be no wedded wife, was yet such a person as to parentage and worth as the royal line disdained not to converse with, though the song went in Malmesbury's days, for it seems he refused not the authority of ballads for want of better memorials, that his mother was a farmer's daughter, but of excellent feature, who dreamt one night she brought forth a moon that should enlighten the whole land, which the king's nurse, hearing of, took her home and bred up courtly, that the king, coming one day to visit his nurse, saw there this damsel, liked her, and, by earnest suit prevailing, had by her this famous Athelstan, a bounteous, just, and affable king, as Malmesbury sets him forth, not less honoured abroad by foreign kings, who sought his friendship by great gifts, or by seeking his affinity, that Harold of Noricum sent him a ship, whose prow was of gold, sails purple, and other golden things, the more to be wondered at, as sent from Noricum, whether that name meant Norway or Bavaria, the one place being so far from such superfluity of wealth, the other so far from all sea. The ambassadors were Helgrim and Alfred, who found the king at York. His sisters he gave in marriage to the greatest princes, Eglif to Otho, son of Henry the Emperor, Edgith to a certain duke about the Alps, Edgiv to Ludwig, king of Aquitaine, sprung of Charles the Great, Ethilda to Hugo, king of France, who sent Eldulf, son of Baldwin, Earl of Flanders, to obtain her. From all these great suitors, especially from the Emperor and King of France, came rich presents, horses of excellent breed, gorgeous trappings, and armour, relics, jewels, odours, vessels of onyx, and other precious things which I leave poetically described in Malmesbury, in verses taken, as he confesses, out of an old versifier, some of which verses he recites. The only blemish left upon him was the exposing of his brother Edwin to danger, who had disavowed by oath the treason whereof he was accused, and implored an equal hearing. But these were songs, as before hath been said, which add also that Athelstan, when, his anger over, soon repented of the fact, and put to death his cupbearer, who had induced him to suspect and expose his brother, having been put in mind of that unhappy action by a word falling from the cupbearer's own mouth, who, slipping one day as he bore the king's cup, and recovering himself on the other leg, said aloud, fatally as to him it proved, "One brother helps the other," which words the king laying to heart, and pondering how ill he had done to make away his brother, avenged himself first on the adviser of that fact, and then took on himself a penance of 7 years, and, as Matthew of Westminster saith, built 2 monasteries for the soul of his brother. His are extant among the laws of other Saxon kings to this day. Edmund. Edmund, not above 18 years old, note, post Christ 942, return to text, succeeded his brother Athelstan, in courage not inferior. For in the 2nd year of his reign he freed Mercia of the Danes that remained there, and took from them the cities of Lincoln, Nottingham, Stamford, Derby, and Leicester, where they were placed by King Edward, but it seems gave not good proof of their fidelity. Simeon writes that Anlaf, setting forth from York, and having wasted southward as far as Northampton, was met by Edmund at Leicester, but that ere the battles joined, peace was made between them by Odo and Wulstan, the 2 archbishops, with the conversion of Anlaf to the Christian religion. For the same year Edmund received at the Fontstone this or another Anlaf, as saith Huntington, and not him spoken of before, who died this year, so uncertain they are in the story of these times also, and held Reginald, another king of the Northumbers, while the bishop confirmed him. Their limits were divided north and south by Watling Street. But spiritual kindred little availed to keep peace between them, whoever gave the cause for breaking it. For we read him 2 years after, note, post Christ 944, return to text, driving Anlaf, whom the Saxon annals now first call the son of Sitric, and Suthred, the son of Reginald, out of Northumberland, and taking the whole country into subjection to himself. Edmund, the next year, note, post Christ 945, return to text, harassed Cumberland, then gave it to Malcolm, King of Scots, who was thereby bound to assist him in his wars, both by sea and land. Matthew of Westminster adds that in this action Edmund had the aid of Leolin, Prince of North Wales, against Dumael, the Cumbrian king, him depriving of his kingdom, and his 2 sons of their sight. But the year after, note, post Christ 946, return to text, he himself by strange accident came to an untimely death. For, feasting with his nobles on St. Austin's Day, at Buckokirk in Gloucestershire, to celebrate the memory of his first converting the Saxons, he spied Leof, a noted thief whom he had banished, sitting among his guests, whereat, transported with too much vehemence of spirit, though in a just cause, rising from the table, he run upon the thief, and catching his hair, pulled him to the ground. The thief, who doubted from such handling no less than his death to be intended, thought to die not unrevenged, and with a short dagger struck the king, who still laid at him, and little expected such assassination, mortally into the breast. The matter was done in a moment, ere men sitting at table could turn round or imagine at first what the stir meant, till, perceiving the king to be deadly wounded, they flew upon the murderer and hewed him to pieces, who, like a wild beast at a bay, seeing himself surrounded, desperately laid about him, wounding some in his fall. The king was buried at Glaston, whereof Dunstan was then abbot. His laws yet remain to be seen among the laws of other Saxon kings. Edred. Edred, the third brother of Athelstan, the sons of Edmund being yet but children, next reigned, not degenerating from his worthy predecessors, and was crowned at Kingston. Northumberland he thoroughly subdued, and the Scots, without refusal, swore him allegiance. Yet the Northumbrians, ever of doubtful faith, soon after chose to themselves one Eric, a Dane. Huntington still haunts us with this Anlaf, of whom we would gladly have been rid, and will have him before Eric be recalled once more to the throne, and to reign 4 years, and then to be again put to his shifts. Note, post Christ 950, return to text. But Edred turning, Eric the king fell upon his rear. Edred, turning about, both shook off the enemy and prepared to make a second inroad, which the Northumbrians dreading, rejected Eric, slew Amancus, the son of Anlaf, and with many presents appeasing Edred, submitted again to his government, and from that time had no kings, but were governed by earls, of whom Osulf was the first. About this time, note post Christ 953, return to text, Wulstan, Archbishop of York, accused to have slain certain men of Thetford in revenge of their abbot, whom the townsmen had slain, was committed by the king to close custody, but soon after was enlarged and restored to his place. Malmesbury writes that his crime was to have connived at the revolt of his countrymen. But King Edred, 2 years after, note post Christ 955, return to text, sickening in the flower of his youth, died much lamented, and was buried at Winchester. Edwy. Edwy, the son of Edmund, now come to age, after his uncle Edred's death, took on him the government, and was crowned at Kingston. His lovely person caused him to be surnamed the Fair. His actions are diversely reported, by Huntington not thought illaudable, but Malmesbury, and such as follow him, write far otherwise, that he married or kept as a concubine his near kinswoman, some say both her and her daughter, so inordinately given to his pleasure that on the very day of his coronation he abruptly withdrew himself from the company of his peers, whether in banquet or consultation, to sit wantoning in the chamber with his Algiva, so was her name who had such power over him. Whereat his barons offended, sent Bishop Dunstan, the boldest among them, to request his return. He, going to the chamber, not only interrupted his dalliance and rebuked the lady, but taking him by the hand, between force and persuasion, brought him back to his nobles. The king, highly displeased, and instigated perhaps by her who was so prevalent with him, not long after sent Dunstan into banishment. Note post Christ 956, return to text. Caused his monastery to be rifled, and became an enemy to all monks and friars. Whereupon Odo, Archbishop of Canterbury, pronounced a separation or divorce of the king from Algiva. But that which most incited William of Malmesbury against him was that he gave that monastery to be dwelt in by secular priests, or, to use his own phrase, made it a stable of clerks. At length these affronts done to the church were so resented by the people that the Mercians and Northumbrians revolted from him, and set up Edgar, his brother, leaving to Edwy the West Saxons only, bounded by the river Thames, with grief whereof, as is thought, he soon after ended his days. Note post Christ 955, return to text, and was buried at Winchester. Meanwhile, note post Christ 958, return to text, Elphin, bishop of that place, after the death of Odo ascending by simony to the chair of Canterbury, and going to Rome the same year for his pall, was frozen to death in the Alps. Edgar. Edgar, by his brother's death, now king of all England at 16 years of age, note post Christ 959, return to text, called home Dunstan out of Flanders, where he lived in exile. This king had no war all his reign, yet always well prepared for war, governed the kingdom in great peace, honour, and prosperity, gaining thence the surname of Peaceable. much extolled for justice, clemency, and all kingly virtues. The more ye may be sure by monks, for his building so many monasteries, as some write, every year one. For he much favoured the monks against secular priests, who in the time of Edwy had got possession of most of their convents. His care and wisdom was great in guarding the coast round with stout ships, to the number of 3,600. Matthew of Westminster reckons them 4,800, divided into 4 squadrons, to sail to and fro about the 4 quarters of the land, meeting each other. The first of 1,200 sailed from east to west, the second of as many from west to east, the third and fourth between north and south, himself in the summer time with his fleet. Thus he kept out wisely the force of strangers, and prevented foreign war. But by their too frequent resort hither in time of peace, and his too much favouring them, he let in their vices unaware. Thence the people, saith Malmesbury, learned of the outlandish Saxons rudeness, of the Flemish daintiness and softness, of the Danes drunkenness, though I doubt these vices are as naturally homebred here as in any of those countries. Yet in the winter and springtime he usually rode the circuit as a judge itinerant through all his provinces, to see justice well administered and the poor not oppressed. Thieves and robbers he rooted almost out of the land, and wild beasts of prey altogether, enjoining Ludwald, King of Wales, to pay the yearly tribute of 300 wolves, which he did for 2 years together, till the 3rd year no more were to be found, nor ever after. But his laws may be read yet extant. Whatever was the cause, he was not crowned till the 30th of his age, but then with great splendour and magnificence at the city of Bath, in the feast of Pentecost. This year, note post Christ 973, return to text, died Swarling, a monk of Croyland, in the 142nd year of his age, and another soon after him in the 115th, in that fenny and waterish air the more remarkable. King Edgar the next year, note post Christ 974, return to text, went to Chester, and summoning to his court there all the kings that held of him, took homage of them. Their names are Candid, King of Scots, Malcolm of Cumberland, Becuse of the Isles, 5 of Wales, Duffwell, Hewell, Griffith, Jacob, Judeville. These he had in such awe that, going one day into a galley, he caused them to take each man his oar, and row him down the river Dee, in which he himself sat at the stern, which might be done in merriment and easily obeyed, but, if done with a serious brow, discovered rather vainglory and insulting haughtiness than moderation of mind. And that he did it seriously triumphing appears by his words then uttered, quote, that his successors might then glory to be kings of England, when they had such honour done them, unquote. And perhaps the divine power was displeased with him for taking too much honour to himself, since we read that the year following, note post Christ 975, return to text, he was taken out of this life by sickness in the height of his glory and the prime of his age. He was buried at Glaston Abbey. The same year, as Matthew of Westminster relates, he gave to Canute the Scotch king many rich presents, and the whole country of Lothian or Lothian, to hold of him on condition that he and his successors should repair to the English court at high festivals, when the king sat crowned. Gave him also many lodging places by the way, which till the days of Henry II were still held by the kings of Scotland. He was of stature not tall, of body slender, yet so well made that in strength he chose to contend with such as were thought strongest, and disliked nothing more than that they should spare him for respect or fear to hurt him. Canid, King of Scots, then in the court of Edgar, sitting one day at table, was heard to say jestingly among his servants, he wondered how so many provinces could be held in subjection by such a little dapper man. His words were brought to the king's ear. He sends for Canid, as about some private business, and in talk drawing him forth to a secret place, takes from under his garment 2 swords, which he had brought with him, gave one of them to Canid. And now, said he, it shall be tried which ought to be the subject. For it is shameful for a king to boast at table and shrink in fight. Candid, much abashed, fell presently at his feet, and besought him to pardon what he had simply spoken, no way intended to his dishonour or disparagement, wherewith the king was satisfied. Camden, in his description of Ireland, cites a charter of King Edgar, wherein it appears he had in subjection all the kingdoms of the Isles as far as Norway, and had subdued the greatest part of Ireland with the city of Dublin. But of this other writers make no mention. In his youth, having heard of Elfrida, daughter of Ordgar, Duke of Devonshire, much commended for her beauty, he sent Earl Athelwold, whose loyalty he trusted most, to see her, intending, if she were found such as answered report, to demand her in marriage. He, at the first view, taken with her presence, disloyally, as it often happens in such employments, began to sue for himself, and with consent of her parents obtained her. Returning therefore with scarce an ordinary commendation of her feature, he easily took off the king's mind, which was soon diverted another way. But the matter coming to light how Athelwold had forestalled the king, and Elfrida's beauty being more and more spoken of, the king, now heated not only with the relapse of love, but with a deep sense of the abuse, yet dissembling his disturbance, pleasantly told the earl what day he meant to come and visit him and his fair wife. The earl seemingly assured his welcome, but in the meanwhile acquainting his wife, earnestly advised her to deform herself what she might, either in dress or otherwise, lest the king, whose amorous inclination was not unknown, should chance to be attracted. She, who by this time was not ignorant how Athelwold had stepped between her and the king, against his coming arrays herself richly, using whatever art she could devise that might render her the more amiable, and it took effect. For the king, inflamed with her love the more for that he had been so long defrauded and robbed of her, resolved not only to recover his intercepted right, but to punish the interloper of his destined spouse, and appointing with him, as was usual, a day of hunting, drew him aside in a forest, now called Harewood, and smote him through with a dart. Some censure this act as cruel and tyrannical, but considered well it may be judged more favourably, and that there was no man of sensible spirit but in his place, without extraordinary perfection, would have done the like. For next to an attempt against his life, what worse treason could have been committed against him? It chanced that the earl's base son, coming by upon the fact, the king sternly asked him how he liked this game. He submissively answering, that whatsoever pleased the king must not displease him. The king, returning to his wonted temper, took an affection to the youth, and ever after highly favoured him, making amends to the son for what he had done to the father. Elfrida forthwith he took to wife, who, to expiate her former husband's death, though therein she had no hand, covered the place of his bloodshed with a monastery of nuns to sing over him. Another fault is laid to his charge, no way excusable, that he took a virgin, Wilfrida, by force out of the nunnery where she was placed by her friends to avoid his pursuit, and kept her as his concubine. But lived not obstinately in the offence, for, being sharply reproved by Dunstan, he submitted to 7 years' penance, and for that time to postpone the important ceremony of his coronation. But why he had not had it performed before is left unwritten. Another story there goes of Edgar, fitter for a novel than a history, but as I find it in Malmesbury, so I relate it. While he was yet unmarried, in his youth he abstained not from women, and coming on a day to Andover, ordered a duke's daughter there dwelling, reported rare of beauty, to be brought to him. The mother, not daring flatly to deny, yet abhorring that her daughter should be so deflowered, at fit time of night sent, in her daughter's attire, one of her waiting maids, a maid it seems not unhandsome nor unwitty, who supplied the place of her young lady. The night being past, the maid was going to rise, but daylight scarce yet appearing, was by the king asked why she made such haste. She answered, to do the work which her lady had set her. At which the king, wondering, and with much ado staying her to unfold the riddle, for he took her to be the Duke's daughter, she, falling at his feet, besought him that, since at the command of her lady she came to his bed and was enjoyed by him, he would be pleased in recompense to set her free from the hard service of her mistress. The king, awhile standing in a study whether he had best be angry or not, at length, turning all to a jest, took the maid away with him, advanced her above her lady, loved her, and accompanied with her only, till he married Elfrida. These only are his faults upon record, and it is rather to be wondered how they were so few, and so soon left, he coming at 16 to the license of a sceptre, and that his virtues were so many and mature, he dying before the age wherein wisdom can in others attain to any ripeness. However, with him died all the Saxon glory. From henceforth nothing is to be heard of but their decline and ruin under a double conquest, and the causes foregoing, which, not to blur or taint the praises of their former actions and liberty well defended, shall stand severally related, and will be more than long enough for another book. A remark on the foregoing account of the succession of the several Saxon kings of England from King Alfred to King Edgar. There seems to be some difficulty in the foregoing account given us by Milton of the succession of the Saxon kings of England from the great King Alfred to King Edgar, with respect to the number of generations between them, which is here represented to be only 3 generations, namely, one from Alfred to his son, King Edward, his immediate successor, who succeeded him in the year 900, and reigned 25 years, and died in the year 925. And a second generation from King Edward to his lawful son Edmund, who was but 2 years old at the death of his father King Edward, and did not succeed to the crown till the death of his half-brother King Athelstan, who was the son of King Edward by a concubine, and who reigned 16 years, so that Edmund, the son of Edward and grandson of Alfred, was only 18 years old when he succeeded his half-brother Athelstan to the crown. And the third generation from Edmund, the son of Edward and grandson to King Alfred, to Edgar, the second son of King Edmund, and consequently the great-grandson of King Alfred. Now, it seems probable that King Edmund, the father of Edgar, was not the son but the grandson of King Edward, who was the son and successor of King Alfred, for the following reasons. King Alfred was born in the year AD 850, and he succeeded to the crown of England upon the death of his brother Ethelred, who was the last of his 3 elder brothers, Ethelbald, Ethelbert, and Ethelred, which happened in the year AD 870, when he was only 20 years of age. And he reigned 30 years, and died in the year AD 900. And these historians tell us that he married at the age of 20 years. And from hence it seems probable that his son and successor, King Edward, was born in the year AD 871 or 872, and consequently must have been about 28 years of age in the year AD 900 when his father died. He succeeded his father in the government of the kingdom, and reigned 25 years, and died in the year AD 925, when he was probably 28 together with 25, or 53 years old. He was succeeded in the government by Athelstan, a bastard son, who was then 30 years old, and who therefore must have been born in the year 895, or when his father Edward was 23 years old. Now, since Edward, the son of Alfred, had a bastard son, Athelstan, when he was about 23 years old, and about 5 years before his father Alfred's death, it seemed probable that he had also been married nearly about the same time, and had a lawful son nearly of the same age with his bastard son Athelstan, a year or two perhaps either older or younger than Athelstan, and who would therefore have been about the same age as Athelstan at the time of King Edward's death, that is, about the age of 30 years, instead of being a child only 2 years old, as King Edward must have been according to the foregoing account, which makes him to have been only 18 years old at the death of Athelstan, after a reign of 16 years. It seems probable, therefore, that King Edward had had a lawful son of nearly the same age as his bastard son Athelstan, and that this lawful son had been married when he was about the age of 20 or 21 years, that is, about the 15th year of King Edward's reign, or the year A.D. 915, and had from that marriage had a son named Edmund, born about the year A.D. 923, or 2 years before the death of his grandfather, King Edward, and who would therefore have been 2 years and 16 years, or 18 years old at the death of King Athelstan, after a reign of 16 years, as King Edmund is said to have been at that time. And then, if we suppose the said eldest lawful son of King Edward to have died before King Edward himself, the several events related in this history of the succession of the kings of England from King Alfred to King Edgar will become intelligible and consistent with each other, and King Edgar must be considered as the fourth instead of the third descendant from King Alfred. F.M. The end of the 4th book of Milton's History of Britain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 6 of the History of Britain, Part 1, by John Milton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. The History of Britain, the 6th book. Edward the Younger. Side note, A.D. 975, return to text. Edward, the eldest son of Edgar, by Egilfleda, his first wife, the daughter of Duke Ordmer, was, according to right and his father's will, placed in the throne. Elfrida, his second wife, and her faction only repining, who laboured to have had her son Ethelred, a child of 7 years, preferred before him, that she under that pretence might have ruled all. Meanwhile, comets were seen in heaven, portending not famine only, which followed the next year, but the troubled state of the whole realm not long after to ensue. The troubles, begun in Edwin's days between monks and secular priests, were now revived, and drew on either side many of the nobles into parties. For Elfir, Duke of the Mercians, with many other peers, corrupted, as is said, with gifts, drove the monks out of those monasteries where Edgar had placed them, and in their stead put secular priests with their wives. But Ethelwyn, Duke of the East Angles, with his brother Elfwold, and Earl Britnorth, opposed them, and gathering an army defended the abbeys of the East Angles from such intruders. To appease these tumults, a synod was called at Winchester, and nothing being there concluded, a general council, both of nobles and prelates, was held at Calne in Wiltshire, where, while the dispute was hot, but chiefly against Dunstan, the roof of the room wherein they sat fell upon their heads, killing some and maiming others, Dunstan only escaping upon a beam that fell not, and the king being absent by reason of his tender age. This accident quieted the controversy, and brought both parties to hold with Dunstan and the monks. Meanwhile the king, addicted to a religious life and of a mild spirit, simply permitted all things to the ambitious will of his stepmother and her son Ethelred, to whom she, displeased that the name only of king was wanting, practised thenceforth to remove King Edward out of the way, which in this manner she brought about. Edward on a day wearied with hunting, thirsty, and alone, while his attendants followed the dogs, hearing that Ethelred and his mother lodged at Corvesgate, Corfe Castle, saith Camden, in the Isle of Purbeck, innocently went thither. She, with all show of kindness, welcoming him, commanded drink to be brought forth, for it seems he lighted not from his horse, and while he was drinking, caused one of her servants, privately before instructed, to stab him with a poniard. The poor youth, who little expected such unkindness there, turning speedily the reins, fled, bleeding, till through loss of blood, falling from his horse, and expiring, yet held with one foot in the stirrup, he was dragged along the way, traced by his blood, and buried without honour at Wareham, having reigned about 3 years. But the place of his burial not long after grew famous for miracles, after which, by Duke Elfir, who, as Malmesbury saith, had a hand in his death, note, post Christ 978, return to text, he was royally interred at Skepton or Shaftesbury. The murderess Elfrida, at length repenting, spent the residue of her days in sorrow and great penance. Ethelred. Ethelred, second son of Edgar by Alfreda, for Edmund his elder brother died a child, his brother Edward, having been wickedly removed, was now next in right to succeed. Note, post-Christ 979, return to text, and accordingly was crowned at Kingston. Reported by some to have been fair of visage, comely of person, and elegant of behaviour, but the event will show that with many sluggish and ignoble vices he quickly shamed his outside, born and prolonged through many years of life to be a fatal mischief to his people and the ruin of his country, whereof he gave early signs from his first infancy, bewraying the font and water while the bishop was baptizing him, whereat Dunstan, much troubled, for he stood by and saw it, to them next him broke into these words, "By God and God's mother, this boy will prove a sluggard." Another thing is written of him in his childhood, which argued no bad nature, that, hearing of his brother Edward's cruel death, he made loud lamentation. But his furious mother, offended therewith, and having no rod at hand, beat him so with great wax candles that he hated the sight of them ever after. Dunstan, though unwilling, set the crown upon his head, but at the same time foretold openly, as is reported, the great evils that were to come upon him and the land in avengement of his brother's innocent blood. And about the same time, one midnight, a cloud, sometimes bloody, sometimes fiery, was seen over all England, and within 3 years, note, post-Christ 982, return to text, the Danish tempest, which had long surceased, revolved again upon this island. To the more ample relating whereof, the Danish history, at least their latest and diligentest historian, as neither from the first landing of Danes in the reign of West Saxon Brithric, so now again from first to last contributes nothing, busied more than enough to make out the bare names and successions of their uncertain kings, and their small actions at home. Unless out of him I should transcribe what he takes, and I better may, from our own annals. The surer and the sadder witnesses of their doings here, not glorious as they vainly boast, but most inhumanly barbarous. For the Danes, well understanding that England had now a slothful king to their wish, first landing at Southampton from 7 great ships, took the town, spoiled the country, and carried away with them great pillage. Nor was Devonshire and Cornwall uninfested on the shore. Pirates of Norway also harried the coast of Westchester, and, to add a worse calamity, the city of London was burnt, whether casually or not is not written. It chanced 4 years after that Ethelred besieged Rochester. Note, post-Christ 986, return to text. Some way or other offended by the bishop thereof. Dunstan, not approving the cause, sent to warn him that he provoke not St. Andrew, the patron of that city, nor waste his lands, an old craft of the clergy to secure their church lands by entailing them on some saint. The king not hearkening, Dunstan, on this condition that the siege might be raised, sent him 100 pounds. The money was accepted, and the siege dissolved. Dunstan, reprehending his avarice, sent him again this word: "Because thou hast respected money more than religion, the evils which I foretold shall the sooner come upon thee, but not in my days, for so God hath spoken." The next year, note, post-Christ 987, return to text, was calamitous, bringing strange fluxes upon men, and murrain upon cattle. Dunstan, the year following, died, a strenuous bishop, zealous without dread of person, and, for aught appears, the best of many ages, if he busied not himself too much in secular affairs. He was chaplain at first to King Athelstan, and to Edmund, who succeeded him, and much employed in court affairs, till, envied by some who laid many things to his charge, he was by Edmund forbidden the court. But by the earnest mediation, saith Ingulf, of Turketul the chancellor, received at length to favour, and made abbot of Glaston, and lastly, by Edgar and the general vote, Archbishop of Canterbury. Not long after his death, the Danes arriving in Devonshire were met by Goda, lieutenant of that country, and Strenwold, a valiant leader, who put back the Danes, but with loss of their own lives. The third year following, note post-Christ 991, return to text, under the conduct of Justin and Guthmund, the son of Statham, they landed and spoiled Ipswich, fought with Britnoth, Duke of the East Angles, about Malden, where they slew him. The slaughter else had been equal on both sides. These and the like depredations on every side the English, not able to resist, by counsel of Cyric, then Archbishop of Canterbury, and two dukes, Ethelwald and Alfred, it was thought best for the present to buy that with silver which they could not gain with their iron, and 10,000 pounds was paid to the Danes for peace, which for a while contented them, but taught them the ready way how easiest to come by more. The next year but one, note post-Christ 993, return to text, they took by storm and rifled Bebbanburg, an ancient city near Durham. Sailing thence to the mouth of the Humber, they wasted both sides thereof, Yorkshire and Lindsey, burning and destroying all before them. Against these went out 3 noblemen, Frana, Frithegist, and Godwin, but being all Danes by the father's side, willingly began flight, and forsook their own forces, betrayed to the enemy. No less treachery was at sea. For Alfred, the son of Elfer, Duke of Mercia, whom the king for some offence had banished but now recalled, sent from London with a fleet to surprise the Danes in some place of disadvantage, gave them overnight intelligence thereof, then fled to them himself, which his fleet, saith Florent, perceiving, pursued, took the ship, but missed of his person. The Londoners, by chance grappling with the East Angles, made them fewer, saith my author, by many thousands. Others say that by this notice of Alfred, the Danes not only escaped, but with a greater fleet set upon the English, took many of their ships, and in triumph brought them up the Thames, intending to besiege London. For Anlaf, king of Norway, and Sweyn of Denmark, at the head of these, came with 94 galleys. Side note, A.D. 994. Return to text. The king, for this treason of Alfred, put out his son's eyes. But the Londoners, both by land and water, so valiantly resisted their besiegers that they were forced in one day with great loss to give over. But what they could not do on the city, they wreaked themselves on the countries round about, wasting with sword and fire all Essex, Kent, and Sussex. Thence, horsing their foot, diffused far wider their outrageous incursions, without mercy either to sex or age. The slothful king, instead of warlike opposition in the field, sends ambassadors to treat about another payment. The sum promised was now 16,000 pounds, till which paid the Danes wintered at Southampton. Ethelred inviting Anlaf to come and visit him at Andover, where he was royally entertained, some say baptized or confirmed, adopted son by the king, and dismissed with great presents, promising by oath to depart and molest the kingdom no more, which he performed. But the calamity ended not so, for after some intermission of their rage for 3 years, note post-Christ 997, return to text, the other navy of Danes, sailing about to the west, entered the Severn, and wasted one while South Wales, then Cornwall and Devonshire, till at length they wintered about Tavistock. For it were an endless work to relate how they wallowed up and down to every particular place, and to repeat as oft what devastations they wrought, what desolations left behind them, easy to be imagined. In sum, the next year, note post-Christ 998, return to text, they afflicted Dorsetshire, Hampshire, and the Isle of Wight. By the English, many resolutions were taken, many armies raised, but either betrayed by the falsehood or discouraged by the weakness of their leaders, they were put to the rout or disbanded themselves. For soldiers most commonly are as their commanders, without much odds of valor in one nation or another, only as they are more or less wisely disciplined and conducted. The following year, note post-Christ 999, return to text, brought them back upon Kent, where they entered the Medway and besieged Rochester. But the Kentish men assembling gave them a sharp encounter, yet that sufficed not to hinder them from doing as they had done in other places. Against these depopulations the king levied an army, but the unskilful leaders, not knowing what to do with it when they had it, did but drive out time, burdening and impoverishing the people, consuming the public treasure, and more emboldening the enemy than if they had sat quiet at home. What cause moved the Danes next year, note post-Christ 1000, to pass into Normandy is not recorded, but that they returned thence more outrageous than before. Meanwhile the king, to make some diversion, undertakes an expedition both by land and sea to Cumberland, where the Danes were most planted. There, and in the Isle of Man, or as Camden saith Anglesey, imitating his enemies in spoiling and unpeopling. The Danes from Normandy, arriving in the river Exe, laid siege to Exeter, note post-Christ 1001, return to text. But the citizens, as those of London, valorously defending themselves, they wreaked their anger as before on the villages round about. The country people of Somerset and Devonshire, assembling themselves at Penhoe, showed their readiness, but wanted a head, and besides, being then but few in number, were easily put to flight. The enemy, plundering all at will, with loaded spoils passed into the Isle of Wight, from whence all Dorsetshire and Hampshire felt again their fury. The Saxon annals write that before their coming to Exeter, the Hampshire men had a bickering with them, note post-Christ 1002, return to text, wherein Ethelred, the king's general, was slain, adding other things hardly to be understood, and in one ancient copy. So end. Ethelred, whom no adversity could awake from his soft and sluggish life, still coming by the worse at fighting, by the advice of his peers, not unlike himself, sends one of his gay courtiers, though looking loftily, to stoop basely, and propose a third tribute to the Danes. They willingly hearken, but the sum is enhanced now to 24,000 pounds, and paid, the Danes thereupon abstaining from hostility. But the king, to strengthen his house by some potent affinity, marries Emma, whom the Saxons call Elgiva, daughter of Richard, Duke of Normandy. With him Ethelred formerly had war, or no good correspondence, as appears by a letter of Pope John XV, who made peace between them about 11 years before. Puffed up now with his supposed access of strength by this affinity, he caused the Danes all over England, though now living peaceably, in one day perfidiously to be massacred, both men, women, and children, sending private letters to every town and city, whereby they might be ready all at the same hour, which till the appointed time, being the 9th of July, was concealed with great silence, and performed with much unanimity, so generally hated were the Danes. Matthew of Westminster writes that this execution upon the Danes was 10 years after, that Huna, one of Ethelred's chief captains, complaining of the Danish insolences in the time of peace, their pride, their ravishing of matrons and virgins, incited the king to this massacre, which, in the madness of rage, made no difference of innocent or nocent. Among these, Gunhildus, the sister of Sweyn, was not spared, though much deserving, not pity only, but all protection. She, with her husband, Earl Palingus, coming to live in England, and receiving Christianity, had her husband and young son slain before her face, herself then beheaded, foretelling and denouncing that her blood would cost England dear. Some say this was done by the traitor Edric, to whose custody she was committed. But the massacre was some years before Edric's advancement, and if it were done by him afterwards, it seems to contradict the private correspondence which he was thought to hold with the Danes. For Sweyn, breathing revenge, hasted the next year into England, note post-Christ 1003, return to text. And by the treason or negligence of Count Hugh, whom Emma had recommended to the government of Devonshire, sacked the city of Exeter, her wall from east to west gate broken down. After this, wasting Wiltshire, The people of that country and of Hampshire came together in great numbers, with resolutions stoutly to oppose him. But Alfred their general, whose son's eyes the king had lately put out, madly thinking to revenge himself on the king by ruining his own country, when he should have ordered his battle, the enemy being at hand, feigned himself taken with the vomiting, whereby his army, in great discontent, destitute of a commander, turned from the enemy, who straight took Wilton and Salisbury, carrying the pillage thereof to the ships. Thence the next year, landing on the coast of Norfolk, note post Christ 1004, return to text, he wasted the country and set Norwich on fire. Ulfkettel, Duke of the East Angles, a man of great valour, not having space to gather his forces, after consultation had thought it best to make peace with the Dane, which he, breaking within 3 weeks, issued silently out of his ships, came to Thetford, stayed there a night, and in the morning left it flaming. Ulfkettel, hearing this, commanded some to go and break or burn his ships, but they not daring or neglecting, he, in the meanwhile, with what secrecy and speed was possible, drawing together his forces, went out against the enemy, and gave them a fierce onset, retreating to their ships. But much inferior in number, many of the chief East Angles there lost their lives. Nor did the Danes come off without great slaughter of their own, confessing that they never met in England with so rough a charge. The next year, note post Christ 1005, return to text, whom war could not, a great famine drove Sweyn out of the land. But the summer following, note post Christ 1006, return to text, another great fleet of Danes entered the port of Sandwich, thence poured out over all Kent and Sussex, made prey of what they found. The king, levying an army out of Mercia and the West Saxons, took on him for once the manhood to go out and face them. But they who held it safer to live by rapine than to hazard a battle, shifting lightly from place to place, frustrated the slow motions of a heavy camp, following their wonted course of robbery, then running to their ships. Thus all autumn they wearied out the king's army, which gone home to winter, they carried all their pillage to the Isle of Wight, and there stayed till Christmas, at which time the king, being in Shropshire, and but ill employed, for by the procurement of Edric he caused, as his thought, Alfhelm, a noble duke, treacherously to be slain, and the eyes of his 2 sons to be put out, they came forth again, overrunning Hampshire and Berkshire, as far as Reading and Wallingford, thence to Ashdown and other places thereabout, neither known nor of tolerable pronunciation, and returning by another way, found many people in arms by the river Kennet. But making their way through, they got safe with vast booty to their ships. The king, note post Christ 1007, return to text, and his courtiers, wearied out with their last summer's jaunt after the nimble Danes to no purpose, which by proof they found too toilsome for their soft bones, more used to beds and couches, had recourse to their last and only remedy, their coffers, and send now the 4th time to buy a dishonourable peace, every time still dearer, not to be had now under 36,000 pounds. For the Danes knew how to milk such easy kine, in name of tribute and expenses, which, out of the people over all England, already half beggared, was extorted and paid. About the same time Ethelred advanced Edric, surnamed Streon, from an obscure condition to be Duke of Mercia, and marry Edgitha, the king's daughter. The cause of his advancement Florent of Worcester and Matthew of Westminster attribute to his great wealth, gotten by fine policies and a plausible tongue. He proved a main accessory to the ruin of England, as his actions will soon declare. Ethelred the next year, note post Christ 1008, return to text, somewhat rousing himself, ordained that every 310 hides, a hide is so much land as one plough can sufficiently till, should set out a ship or galley, and every 9 hides find a corslet and headpiece. New ships in every port were built, victualled, fraught with stout mariners and soldiers, and appointed to meet all at Sandwich. A man might now think that all would go well, when suddenly a new mischief sprung up, dissension among the great ones, which brought all this diligence to as little success as at other times before. Bertheric, the brother of Edric, falsely accused Wulnoth, a great officer set over the South Saxons, who, fearing the potency of his enemies, with 20 ships got to sea and practiced piracy on the coast, against whom, reported to be in a place where he might be easily surprised, Bertheric sets forth with 80 ships, all which, driven back by a tempest and wrecked upon the shore, were burnt soon after by Wulnoth. Disheartened with this misfortune, the king returns to London, the rest of his navy after him, and all this great preparation comes to nothing. Whereupon Turkel, a Danish earl, came with a navy to the Isle of Thanet, note post-Christ 1009, return to text, and in August a far greater, led by Hemming and Elaf, joined with him. Thence coasting to Sandwich and landed, they went onward and began to assault Canterbury. But the citizens and East Kentish men, coming to composition with them for 3,000 pounds, they departed thence to the Isle of Wight, robbing and burning by the way. Against these the king levies an army through all the land, and in several quarters places them nigh the sea, but so unskilfully or unsuccessfully that the Danes were not thereby hindered from exercising their wonted robberies. It happened that the Danes were one day gone up into the country far from their ships. The king, having notice thereof, thought to intercept them in their return. His men were resolute to overcome or die, time and place advantageous, but where courage and fortune were not wanting, there wanted loyalty among them. Edric, with subtle arguments that had a show of deep policy, disputed and persuaded the simplicity of his fellow counsellors that it would be best consulted at that time to let the Danes pass without ambush or interception. The Danes, where they expected danger finding none, passed on with great joy and booty to their ships. After this, sailing about Kent, they lay that winter in the Thames, forcing Kent and Essex to contribution, ofttimes attempting the city of London, but repulsed as oft to their great loss. Spring begun, leaving their ships, they passed through Chiltern Wood to Oxfordshire, note post-Christ 1010, return to text, burnt the city, and thence returning with divided forces, wasted on both sides the Thames. But hearing that an army from London was marched out against them, they on the north side, passing the river at Staines, joined with them on the south side into one body, and, enriched with great spoils, came back through Surrey to their ships, which all the Lent time they repaired. After Easter, sailing to the East Angles, they arrived at Ipswich, and came to a place called Ringmere, where they heard that Ulfkettel with his forces lay, who with a sharp encounter soon entertained them. But his men at length giving back, through the subtlety of a Danish servant among them who began the flight, lost the field, though the men of Cambridgeshire stood to it valiantly. In this battle Ethelstan, the king's son-in-law, with many other noblemen, were slain, whereby the Danes, without more resistance, 3 months together had the spoiling of those countries and all the fens, burnt Thetford and Grantbrigg, or Cambridge. Thence, to a hilly place not far off, called by Huntington Bailsham, by Camden Gogmagog Hills, and the villages thereabout, they turned their fury, slaying all they met, save one man, who, getting up into a steeple, is said to have defended himself against the whole Danish army. They therefore so leaving him, their foot by sea, their horse by land through Essex, returned back laden to their ships left in the Thames. But many days passed not between, when sallying out again of their ships, as out of savage dens, they plundered over again all Oxfordshire, and added to their prey Buckingham, Bedford, and Hertfordshire. Then, like wild beasts glutted, returning to their caves. A third excursion they made into Northamptonshire, burnt Northampton, ransacking the country round. Then, as a fresh pasture, betook them to the West Saxons, and in like sort, harassing all Wiltshire, returned, as I said before, like wild beasts, or rather sea monsters, to their water stables, accomplishing by Christmas the circuit of their whole year's good deeds, an unjust and inhuman nation, who, receiving or not receiving tribute where none was owing them, made such destruction of mankind and rapine of their livelihood as is a misery to read. Yet here they ceased not, for the next year, note post-Christ 10:11, return to text, repeating the same cruelties on both sides of the Thames, one way as far as Huntingdon, the other as far as Wiltshire and Southampton, solicited again by the king for peace, and receiving their demands, both of tribute and contribution, they slighted their faith, and in the beginning of September laid siege to Canterbury. On the 20th day, by the treachery of Almir the archdeacon, they took part of it and burnt it, committing all sorts of massacre as a sport. Some they threw over the wall, others into the fire, hung some by the privy members. Infants, pulled from their mothers' breasts, were either tossed on spears or carts drawn over them. Matrons and virgins by the hair dragged and ravished. Alfred, the grave archbishop above others hated of the Danes, as in all counsels and actions to his might their own opposer, taken, wounded, imprisoned in a noisome ship. The multitude are tithed, and every tenth only spared. Early the next year before Easter, note post-Christ 10:12, seek, return to text, while Ethelred and his peers were assembled at London to raise now the 5th tribute, amounting to £48,000, the Danes at Canterbury proposed to the archbishop, who had been now 7 months their prisoner, life and liberty if he paid them £3,000, which he refusing, as not able of himself, and not willing to extort it from his tenants, is permitted till the next Sunday to consider. Then, hauled before the council, of whom Turco was chief, and still refusing, they rise, most of them being drunk, and beat him with the blunt side of their axes, then thrust forth, deliver him to be pelted with stones. Till one Thrun, a converted Dane, pitying him half dead, to put him out of pain with a pious impiety, at one stroke of his axe on the head, dispatched him. His body was carried to London, and there buried, thence afterwards removed to Canterbury. By this time the tribute paid, and peace, so often violated, sworn again by the Danes, they dispersed their fleet. 45 of them, and Turkel their chief, stayed at London with the king, swore him allegiance to defend his land against all strangers, on condition only to be fed and clothed by him. But this voluntary friendship of Turkel was thought to be deceitful, that, staying under this pretence, he gave intelligence to Sweyn, when most it would be seasonable to come. In July, therefore, of the next year, note post-Christ 10:12, return to text, King Sweyn, arriving at Sandwich, made no stay there, but sailing first to the Humber, thence into Trent, landed and encamped at Gainsborough, whither without delay repaired to him the Northumbrians, with Uther their earl, those of Lindsey also, then those of Visburg, and lastly, all on the north of Watling Street, which is a highway from east to west sea, gave oath and hostages to obey him, from whom he commanded horses and provision for his army, taking with him besides bands and companies of their choicest men, and committing to his son Canute the care of his fleet and hostages, he marches towards the South Mercians, commanding his soldiers to exercise all acts of hostility, with the terror whereof, fully executed, he took in few days the city of Oxford, then Winchester. Thence tending to London, in his hasty passage over the Thames without seeking bridge or ford, lost many of his men. Nor was his expedition against London prosperous, for, essaying all means of force or wile to take the city, wherein the king then was, and Turkel with his Danes, he was stoutly beaten off, as at other times. Thence back to Wallingford and Bath, directing his course, after usual havoc made, he sat a while and refreshed his army. There Ethelm, an earl of Devonshire, and other great officers in the west, yielded him subjection. These things flowing to his wish, he betook him to his navy, from that time styled and accounted King of England, if a tyrant, saith Simeon, may be called a king. The Londoners also sent him hostages, and made their peace, for they feared his fury. Ethelred, thus reduced to narrow compass, sent Emma his queen, with his 2 sons, had by her, and all his treasure, to Richard II, her brother, Duke of Normandy. Himself, with his Danish fleet, abode some while at Greenwich, then, sailing to the Isle of Wight, passed after Christmas into Normandy, where he was honourably received at Rouen by the Duke, though known to have borne himself churlishly and proudly to Emma his sister, besides his dissolute company with other women. Meanwhile Sweyn ceased not to exact almost insupportable tribute of the people, spoiling them when he listed. Besides, the like did Turkle at Greenwich. The next year beginning, post Christ 1014, return to text, Sweyn sickens and dies, some say terrified and smitten by an appearing shape of St. Edmund, armed, whose church at Bury he had threatened to demolish. But the authority hereof relies only upon the legend of St. Edmund. After his death, the Danish army and fleet made his son Canute their king, but the nobility and states of England sent messengers to Ethelred declaring that they preferred none before their native sovereign, if he would promise to govern them better than he had done, and with more clemency. Whereat the king, rejoicing, sends over his son Edward with ambassadors to court both high and low, and win their love, promising largely to be their mild and devoted lord, to consent in all things to their will, follow their counsel, and whatever had been done or spoken by any man against him, freely to pardon, if they would loyally restore him to be their king. To this the people cheerfully answered, and amity was both promised and confirmed on both sides. An embassy of lords is sent to bring back the king honorably. He returns in Lent, and is joyfully received of the people, and marches with a strong army against Canute, who, having got horses and joined with the men of Lindsey, was preparing to make spoil in the countries adjoining, but by Ethelred unexpectedly coming upon him, was soon driven to his ships, and his confederates of Lindsey were left to the anger of their countrymen, by whom they were executed without mercy, both by fire and sword. Canute, in all haste sailing back to Sandwich, took the hostages given to his father from all parts of England, and, with slit noses, ears cropped, and hands chopped off, setting them ashore, departed into Denmark. Yet the people were not disburdened, for the king raised out of them 30,000 pounds to pay his fleet of Danes at Greenwich. In addition to these evils, the sea in October passed its bounds, overwhelming many towns in England, and of their inhabitants many thousands. The year following, note post Christ 1015, return to text, an assembly being at Oxford, Edric Straeon, having invited 2 noblemen, Sigferth and Morcar, the sons of Irngren of Sievenburg, to his lodging, secretly murdered them. The king, for what cause is unknown, seized their estates, and caused Olgith, the wife of Sigferth, to be kept at Medelsburg, now Malmesbury, whom Edmund the prince there married against his father's mind, and then went and possessed their lands, making the people there subject to it. Matthew of Westminster saith that these 2 were of the Danes who had seated themselves in Northumberland, and were slain by Edric under colour of treason laid to their charge. They who attended them without, tumulting at the death of their masters, were beaten back, and driven into a church, and there defending themselves were burnt in the steeple. Meanwhile, Canute, returning from Denmark with a great navy, 200 ships richly gilded and adorned, well fraught with arms and all provision, and, which the encomian Emma mentions not, 2 other kings, Lochman of Sweden, Olaf of Norway, arrived at Sandwich. And, as the same author then living writes, sent out spies to discover what resistance on land was to be expected, who returned with certain report that a great army of English was in readiness to oppose them. Turkill, who upon the arrival of these Danish powers kept faith no longer with the English, but joining now with Canute, as it were now to re-ingratiate himself after his revolt, whether real or complotted, counselled him, being yet young, not to land, but to leave to him the management of this first battle. The king assented, and he, with the forces which he had brought, and part of those which arrived with Canute, landing to their wish, encountered the English, though double in number, at a place called Scoraston, and was at first beaten back with much loss, but at length, animating his men with rage only and despair, obtained a clear victory, which won him great reward and possessions from Canute. But of this action no other writer makes mention. From Sandwich, therefore, sailing about to the river Frome, and there landing, over all Dorsetshire, Somersetshire, and Wiltshire, he spread wasteful hostility. The king lay then sick at Cosham, in this county, though it may seem strange how he could lie sick there in the midst of his enemies. Howbeit, Edmund in one part and Edric of Streon in another raised forces by themselves, but so soon as both armies were united, the traitor Edric being found to practice against the life of Edmund, he removed with his army from him, whereof the enemy took great advantage. Edric, easily enticing the 40 ships of Danes to side with him, revolted to Canute. The West Saxons also gave pledges and furnished him with horses, by which means the year ensuing, note post Christ 1016, return to text, he with Edric the traitor, passing the Thames at Crecklad about Twelfthitide, entered into Mercia, and especially Warwickshire, depopulating all places in their way. Against these, Prince Edmund, who for his hardiness was called Ironside, gathered an army, but the Mercians refused to fight unless Ethelred with the Londoners came to aid them, and so every man returned home. After the festival, Edmund, gathering another army, besought his father to come with the Londoners, and what force besides he was able. They came, with great strength gotten together, but being come, and in a hopeful way of good success, it was told the king that, unless he took the better heed, some of his own forces would fall off and betray him. The king, daunted with this perhaps cunning whisper of the enemy, disbanding his army, returns to London. Edmund betook him into Northumberland, as some thought, to raise fresh forces. But he, with an Earl Uthred on the one side, and Canute with Edric on the other, did little else but lay waste the provinces. Canute, with a view to conquer them, Edmund to punish those who stood neuter, for which cause Staffordshire, Shropshire, and Leicestershire felt heavily his hand, while Canute, who was ruining the more southern shires, at length marched into Northumberland, which Edmund hearing, dismissed his forces and came to London. Uthred, the earl, hasted back to Northumberland, and finding no other remedy, submitted himself with all the Northumbrians, giving hostages to Canute. Nevertheless, by his command or connivance, and the hand of one Turebrand, a Danish lord, Uthred was slain, and Eric, another Dane, was made earl in his stead. This Uthred, son of Watjof, as Simeon writes in his treatise of the siege of Durham, in his youth obtained a great victory against Malcolm, son of Canute, King of Scots, who, with the whole power of his kingdom, was fallen into Northumberland, and laid siege to Durham. Watjof, the old earl, unable to resist, had secured himself in Bebbanburg, a strong town. But Uthred, gathering an army, raised the siege, slew most of the Scots, their king narrowly escaping, and with the heads of their slain fixed upon poles, beset round the walls of Durham. The year of this exploit Simeon clears not, for in 969, and in the reign of Ethelred, as he affirms, it could not be. Canute, by another way returning southward, joyful of his success, before Easter came back with all the army to his fleet. About the end of April ensuing, Ethelred, after a long, troublesome, and ill-governed reign, ended his days at London, and was buried in the church of St. Paul. End of Book 6, Part 1 of the History of Britain by John Milton. Recording by Thomas Copeland. The History of Britain, Book 6, Part 2 by John Milton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Edmund Ironside. After the decease of Ethelred, they of the nobility who were then at London, together with the citizens, chose Edmund his son, not by Emma, but a former wife, the daughter of Earl Thored, in his father's room. But the archbishops, abbots, and many of the nobles, assembling together, elected Canute, and, coming to Southampton, where he then remained, renounced before him all the race of Ethelred, and swore to him fidelity. He also swore to them, in matters both religious and secular, to be their faithful lord. But Edmund, with all speed going to the West Saxons, was joyfully received of them as their king, and of many other provinces by their example. Meanwhile Canute, about mid-May, came with his whole fleet up the river to London. Then, causing a great dike to be made on Surrey side, turned the stream, and drew his ships thither west of the bridge. Then, begirding the city with a broad and deep trench, assailed it on every side. But, repulsed as before by the valorous defendants, and in despair of success at that time, leaving part of his army for the defence of his ships, with the rest sped him to the West Saxons, ere Edmund could have time to assemble all his powers, who yet, with such as were at hand, invoking divine aid, encountered the Danes at Penn by Gillingham, in Dorsetshire, and put him to flight. After midsummer, increased with new forces, he met with him again at a place called Sherriston, now Sharston. But Edric, Almar, and Algar, with the Hampshire and Wiltshire men, then siding with the Danes, he only maintained the fight, obstinately fought on both sides, till night and weariness parted them. Daylight returning renewed the conflict, wherein the Danes appearing inferior, Edric, to dishearten the English, cuts off the head of one Osmer, in countenance and hair somewhat resembling the king, and holding it up, cries aloud to the English that Edmund being slain, and this his head, it was time for them to fly. Which fallacy Edmund perceiving, and openly showing himself to his soldiers, by a spear thrown at Edric, but missing him, yet slew one next him, and threw him another behind, they recovered heart, and lay sore upon the Danes till night parted them as before. For ere the third morn, Canute, sensible of his loss, marched away by stealth to his ships at London, renewing there his leaguer. Some would have this battle at Sherriston the same with that at Scoreston, before mentioned. But the circumstance of time permits not. That, having been before the landing of Canute, this a good while after, as by the process of things appears. From Sherriston, or Sharston, Edmund returned to the West Saxons, whose valour Edric fearing, lest it might prevail against the Danes, sought pardon of his revolt, and obtaining it, swore loyalty to the king, who now the third time, coming with an army from the West Saxons to London, raised the siege, chasing Canute and his Danes to their ships. Then, after 2 days, passing the Thames at Brentford, and so coming on their backs, kept them so turned, and obtained the victory. Then returns again to his West Saxons, and Canute to his siege, but still in vain. Rising therefore thence, he entered with his ships a river then called Arenne, and from the banks thereof wasted Mercia. Thence their horse by land, their foot by ship, came to Medway. Edmund in the meanwhile, with multiplied forces out of many shires, crossing again at Brentford, came into Kent, seeking Canute. Encountered him at Otford, and so defeated, that of his horse they who escaped fled to the Isle of Sheppey, and a full victory he had gained, had not Edric, still the traitor, by some wile or other detained his pursuit, and Edmund, who never wanted courage, here wanted prudence to be so misled, ever after forsaken of his wonted fortune. Canute, crossing with his army into Essex, thence wasted Mercia worse than before, and with heavy prey returned to his ships. Them Edmund, with a collected army pursuing, overtook at a place called Assendeune, or Asseshel, now Ashdown in Essex. The battle on either side was fought with great vehemence, but perfidious Edric, perceiving the victory to incline towards Edmund, with that part of the army which was under him, fled, as he had promised Canute, and left the king overmatched with numbers, by which desertion the English were overthrown. Duke Alfred, Duke Godwin, and Ulfkettel, the valiant Duke of East Angles, with a great part of the nobility, slain, so as the English of a long time had not received a greater blow. Yet after a while Edmund, not absurdly called Ironside, preparing again to try his fortune in another field, was hindered by Edric and others of his faction, advising him to make peace and divide the kingdom with Canute, to which Edmund overruled, a treaty appointed, and pledges mutually given. Both kings met together at a place called Dyorhurst in Gloucestershire, Edmund on the west side of the Severn, Canute on the east, with their armies. Then both in person wafted into an island, at that time called Olenej, now Olney, in the midst of the river. Swearing amity and brotherhood, they parted the kingdom between them. Then, interchanging arms and the habit they wore, assessing also what pay should be allotted to the navy, they departed each his way. Concerning this interview and the cause thereof, others write otherwise. Malmesbury, that Edmund, grieving at the loss of so much blood spilt for the ambition only of 2 men striving who should reign, of his own accord sent to Canute, offering him single combat, to prevent in their own cause the effusion of more blood than their own. That Canute, though of courage enough, yet not unwisely doubting to adventure his body of small timber against a man of iron sides, refused the combat, offering to divide the kingdom. This offer pleasing both armies, Edmund was not difficult to consent, and the decision was that he, as his hereditary kingdom, should rule the West Saxons and all the south, Canute the Mercians and the north. Huntington, followed by Matthew of Westminster, relates that the peers on every side, wearied out with continual warfare, and refraining to affirm openly that they too who expected to reign singly had most reason to fight singly, the kings were content. The island was their lists, the combat nightly, till Canute, finding himself too weak, began to parley, which ended as is said before. After which the Londoners bought their peace of the Danes, and permitted them to winter in the city. But King Edmund, about the feast of St. Andrew, unexpectedly deceased at London, and was buried near to Edgar his grandfather at Glaston. The cause of his so sudden death is uncertain. Common fame, saith Malmesbury, lays the guilt thereof upon Edric, who, to please Canute, allured with promise of reward 2 of the king's privy chamber, though at first abhorring the fact, to assassinate him at the stool, by thrusting a sharp iron into his hinder parts. Huntington and Matthew of Westminster relate it done at Oxford by the son of Edric, and something Barry in the manner, not worth recital. Edmund dead, Canute, meaning to reign sole king of England, calls to him all the dukes, barons, and bishops of the land, cunningly demanding of them who were witnesses what agreement was made between him and Edmund, dividing the kingdom, whether the sons and brothers of Edmund were to govern the West Saxons after him, Canute living. They who understood his meaning and feared to undergo his anger timorously answered that Edmund, they knew, had left no part thereof to his sons or brethren, living or dying, but that he intended Canute should be their guardian till they came of age of reigning. Simeon affirms that for fear or hope of reward they attested what was not true, notwithstanding which he put many of them to death not long after. Canute, or Knut. Canute, having thus sounded the nobility, and by them understood, received their oath of fealty, they the pledge of his bare hand, and oath from the Danish nobles, whereupon the house of Edmund was renounced, and Canute crowned. They then enacted that Edwy, brother of Edmund, a prince of great hope, should be banished the realm. But Canute, not thinking himself secure while Edwy lived, consulted with Edric how to make him away, who told him of one Ethelward, a decayed nobleman likeliest to do the work. Ethelward sent for, and tempted by the king in private with largest rewards, but abhorring in his mind the deed, promised to do it when he saw his opportunity, and so still deferred it. But Edwy, afterwards received into favour as a snare, was, by him or some other of his false friends, Canute contriving it, the same year slain. Edric also counselled him to dispatch Edward and Edmund, the sons of Ironside, but the king, doubting that the fact would seem too foul done in England, sent them to the king of Sweden with like intent. But he, disdaining the office, sent them for better safety to Solomon, king of Hungary, where Edmund at length died, but Edward married Agatha, daughter to Henry, the German emperor. A digression in the laws of Edward the Confessor under the title of Lex Noriccorum saith that this Edward, for fear of Canute, fled of his own accord to Malesclot, king of the Rugians, who received him honourably, and of that country gave him a wife. Canute, settled in his throne, divided the government of his kingdom into 4 parts: the West Saxons to himself, the East Angles to Earl Turkil, the Mercians to Edric, the Northumbrians to Eric, then made peace with all princes round about him, and, his former wife being dead, in July married Emma, the widow of King Ethelred. The Christmas following was an ill feast to Edric, of whose treason the king, having now made use as much as served his turn, and fearing himself to be the next betrayed, caused him to be slain at London in the palace, and then to be thrown over the city wall, and there to lie unburied. The head of Edric, fixed on a pole, he commanded to be set on the highest tower of London, thereby performing, in a different sense than Edric had supposed it to bear, the promise he had made him, as a reward for his great service by causing King Edmund to be murdered, quote, that he would exalt him above all the peers of England. Unquote. Huntingdon, Malmesbury, and Matthew of Westminster write that, suspecting the king's intention to degrade him from his Mercian dukedom, and upbraiding him with his merits, the king, enraged, caused him to be strangled in the room, and out at a window thrown into the Thames. Another writes that Eric, at the king's command, struck off his head. Other great men, though without fault, as Duke Norman, the son of Leofwin, Ethelwald, son of Duke Agilmar, he put to death at the same time, jealous of their power or familiarity with Edric, and, notwithstanding peace, still kept up his army, to maintain which, the next year, note post-Christ 1018, return to text, he squeezed out of the English, though now his subjects, not his enemies, 72, some say 82,000 pounds, besides 15,000 out of London. Meanwhile, great war arose at Carr between Uhtred, son of Wodgulf, Earl of Northumberland, and Malcolm, son of Candid, king of Scots, with whom held Ingenious, king of Lothian. But here Simeon the relator seems to have committed some mistake, having slain Uhtred by Canute 2 years before, and set Eric in his place. Eric, therefore, it must needs be, not Uhtred, who managed this war against the Scots. About which time, at a convention of Danes at Oxford, it was agreed on both parties to keep the laws of Edgar. Matthew of Westminster saith of Edward the Elder. The next year, note, post-Christ 1019, return to text, Canute sailed into Denmark, and there abode all winter. Huntingdon and Matthew of Westminster say he went thither to repress the Swedes, and that the night before a battle was fought with them, Godwin, stealing out of the camp with his English, assaulted the Swedes, and had got the victory ere Canute in the morning knew of any fight. For which bold enterprise, though against discipline, he had the English in more esteem ever after. In the spring, at his return to England, note, post-Christ 1020, return to text, he held in the time of Easter a great assembly at Chichester, and the same year was with Turkil the Dane at the dedication of a church by them built in Assenjune, in the place of that great victory which won him the crown. But suspecting his greatness, the year following banished him the realm, and found occasion to do the like by Eric, the Northumbrian earl, upon the same jealousy. Nor yet content with his conquest of England, note post-Christ 1021, return to text, though now above 10 years enjoyed, he passed with 50 ships into Norway, dispossessed Olav their king, and subdued the land, note post-Christ 1028, return to text. First, with great sums of money, sent the year before to gain him a party, then coming with an army to compel the rest. Thence returning, King of England, Denmark, and Norway, yet not secure in his mind, under colour of an embassy, note post-Christ 1029, return to text, he sent into banishment Haakon, a powerful Dane, who had married the daughter of his sister Gunhildis, having conceived some suspicion of his practices against him. But such course was taken that he never came back, either perishing at sea or slain by contrivance the next year in Orkney, note post-Christ 1030, return to text. Canute, therefore, having thus established himself by bloodshed and oppression, to wash away, as he thought, the guilt thereof, sailing again into Denmark, note post-Christ 1031, return to text, went thence to Rome, and offered there to St. Peter great gifts of gold and silver and other precious things, besides the usual tribute of Romescot, giving great alms by the way, both thither and back again, freeing many places of custom and toll with great expense, where strangers were wont to pay, having vowed great amendment of life at the sepulchre of Peter and Paul, and to his whole people, in a large letter written from Rome, yet extant. At his return, therefore, he built and dedicated a church to St. Edmund at Bury, whom his ancestors had slain, threw out the secular priests who had intruded there, and placed monks in their stead. Note, post-Christ 1032, return to text. Then, going into Scotland, subdued and received homage of Malcolm, and 2 other kings there, Melbeath and Germair. 3 years after, note, post-Christ 1035, return to text. Having made Sweyn, his supposed son by Algeva of Northampton, Duke Alfham's daughter, for others say the son of a priest, whom Algera, Baron, had yet got ready at the time of her feigned labour, King of Norway, and Hardicnut, his son by Emma, King of Denmark, and designated Harold, his son by Algeva of Northampton, King of England, died at Shaftesbury and was buried at Winchester in the old monastery. This king, as it appears, ended better than he began. For though he seems to have had no hand in the death of Ironside, but detested the fact, and bringing the murderers, who came to him in hope of great reward, forth among his courtiers, as it were to receive thanks, after they had openly related the manner of their killing him, delivered them to deserved punishment, yet he spared Edric, whom he knew to be the prime author of that detestable fact, till, willing to be rid of him who was grown importunate to him upon the confidence of his merits, and had upbraided him by boasting that he had first relinquished and then extinguished Edmund for his sake, angry to be so upbraided, therefore, said he, with a changed countenance, traitor to God and me, thou shalt die. Thine own mouth accuses thee to have slain thy master, my confederate brother, and the Lord's anointed. Whereupon, although present and private execution was in rage done upon Edric, yet he himself, in cold blood, scrupled not to make away the brother and children of Edmund, who had better right to be the Lord's anointed here than himself. When he had obtained in England what he desired, no wonder if he sought the love of his conquered subjects for the love of his own quiet, the maintainers of his wealth and state for his own profit. For the like reason he is thought to have married Emma, and that Richard, Duke of Normandy, her brother, might the less care what became of Alfred and Edward, her sons, by King Ethelred, he commanded to be observed the ancient Saxon laws, which were called afterwards the laws of Edward the Confessor, not that he had made them, but because he strictly observed them. His letter from Rome professes, if he had done aught amiss in his youth through negligence or want of due temper, a full resolution, with the help of God, to make amends by governing justly and piously for the future. Charges and adjures all his officers and viscounts that neither for fear of him or favour of any person, or to enrich the king, they suffer injustice to be done in the land. Commands his treasurers to pay all his debts ere his return home, which he made by first passing through Denmark, in order to compose some matters there. And what his letter professed, he performed all his life after. But it is a fond conceit in many great ones, and pernicious in the end, to cease from no violence till they have attained to the utmost of their ambitions and desires, and then to think that God will be appeased by their seeking to bribe him with a share, however large, of their ill-gotten spoils, and then lastly to grow zealous to do right when they have no longer need to do wrong. Howbeit, Canute was famous through Europe, and much honoured by Conrad the Emperor, who was then at Rome, with rich gifts and many grants of what he there demanded for the freeing of passages from toll and custom. I must not omit one remarkable action done by him, as Huntington reports it, with great scene of circumstance and emphatical expression, to show the small power of kings in respect of God, which, unless to court parasites, needed no such laborious demonstration. He caused his royal seat to be set on the shore, while the tide was coming in, and with all the state that royalty could put into his countenance, said thus to the sea, Thou sea belongest to me, and the land whereon I sit is mine, nor hath any one, unpunished, resisted my commands. I charge thee come no farther upon my land, neither presume to wet the feet of thy sovereign lord. But the sea, as before, came rolling on, and without reverence both wetted and dashed him, whereat the king, quickly rising, wished all about him to behold, and consider the weak and frivolous power of a king, and that none indeed deserved the name of king but he whose eternal laws both heaven, earth, and sea obey. A truth so evident of itself, as I said before, that unless to shame his court flatterers, who would not else be convinced, Canute needed not to have gone wet-shod home. The historian further informs us that after pronouncing these words to his courtiers, he never more would wear a crown, esteeming earthly royalty contemptible and vain. Harold. Harold, for his swiftness surnamed Harefoot, the son of Canute by Algeva of Northampton, though some speak doubtfully, as if she bore him not, but had him of a shoemaker's wife, as Swain before of a priest, others of a maidservant, to conceal her barrenness. In a great assembly at Oxford was by Duke Leofric and the Mercians, with the Londoners, according to his father's testament, elected king, but without the regal habiliments, which Eilnut, the archbishop, who had them in his custody, refused to deliver up to any persons but the sons of Emma, for which Harold ever after hated the clergy, and, as the clergy are wont thence to infer, all religion. Godwin, Earl of Kent, and the West Saxons with him stood for Hardicanute. Malmesbury saith that the contest was between the Danes and the English, that the Danes and Londoners, grown now in a manner Danish, were all for Hardicanute, but he being then in Denmark, Harold prevailed, yet so as that the kingdom should be divided between them, the west and south part reserved by Emma for Hardicanute till his return. But Harold, once advanced into the throne, banished Emma, his mother-in-law, seized on his father's treasure at Winchester, and there remained. Emma, not holding it safe to abide in Normandy while Duke William the Bastard was yet under age, retired to Baldwin, Earl of Flanders. In the meanwhile, Alfred and Edward, sons of Ethelred, accompanied with a small number of Norman soldiers and a few ships, coming to visit their mother Emma, not yet departed the land, and perhaps to see how far the people were inclined to restore them to their right, Alfred was sent for by the king then of London, but in his way was met at Guildford by Earl Godwin, who with all seeming friendship entertained him, but yet treacherously caused him in the night to be surprised and made prisoner, and most of his company to be put to various sorts of cruel death, decimated twice over. Then brought to London, he was by the king sent bound to Ely, and had his eyes put out by the way, and being delivered to the monks there, died soon after in their custody. Malmesbury gives little credit to this story of Alfred, as not chronicled in his time, but rumoured only, which Emma, however, hearing, sent away her son Edward, who by good hap had not accompanied his brother, with all speed into Normandy. But the author of Encomium Emmae, who seems plainly, though nameless, to have been some monk, yet lived and perhaps wrote within the same year when these things were done, by his relation, differing from all others, much aggravates the cruelty of Harold, that he, not content to have practised in secret, for openly he durst not, against the life of Emma, sought many treacherous ways to get her sons within his power, and resolved at length to forge a letter in the name of their mother, inviting them to England, the copy of which letter he produces written to this purpose in these words: Emma, in name only queen, to her sons Edward and Alfred, imparts motherly salutation. While we severally bewail the death of our lord the king, most dear sons, and while daily you are deprived more and more of the kingdom of your inheritance, I admire what counsel ye take, knowing that your intermitted delay is a daily strengthening to the reign of your usurper, who incessantly goes about from town to city, gaining the chief nobles to his party, either by gifts, prayers, or threats. But they had much rather that one of you should reign over them, than to be held under the power of him who now overrules them. I entreat, therefore, that one of you come to me speedily and privately, to receive from me wholesome counsel, and to know how the business which I intend shall be accomplished. By this messenger present send back what you determine. Farewell, as dear both as my own heart. These letters were sent to the princes then in Normandy by express messengers, with presents also as from their mother, which they joyfully receiving, return word by the same messengers that one of them will be with her shortly, naming both the time and place. Alfred, therefore, the younger, for so it was thought best, at the appointed time, with a few ships and small numbers about him, appearing on the coast, no sooner came ashore but fell into the snare of Earl Godwin, sent on purpose to betray him, as above was related. Emma, greatly sorrowing for the loss of her son, thus cruelly made away, fled immediately with some of the nobles, her faithfulest adherents, into Flanders, had her dwelling assigned at Bruges by the Earl, where, having remained about 2 years, note post-Christ 1039, return to text, she was visited out of Denmark by Hardicanute her son, and he not long had remained with her there when Harold in England, having done nothing the while worth memory, save the taxing of every port at 8 marks of silver to 16 ships, died at London, some say at Oxford, and was buried at Winchester. Note, post-Christ 1040, return to text. After which, most of the nobility, both Danes and English, now agreeing, send ambassadors to Hardicanute, still at Bruges with his mother, entreating him to come and receive as his right the sceptre, who, before midsummer, came with 60 ships and many soldiers out of Denmark. Hardicanute. Hardicanute, received with acclamation and seated in the throne, first called to mind the injuries done to him or his mother Emma in the time of Harold, sent Alfred, Archbishop of York, Godwin, and others, with Troud, his executioner, to London, commanding them to dig up the body of King Harold and throw it into a ditch, but by a second order into the Thames, whence taken up by a fisherman and conveyed to a churchyard in London, belonging to the Danes, it was interred again with honour. This done, he levied a sore tax, that 8 marks to every rower and 12 to every officer in his fleet should be paid throughout England, by which time they who were so forward to call him over had enough of him, for he, as they thought, had too much of theirs. After this he called to account Godwin, Earl of Kent, and Leving, Bishop of Worcester, about the death of Alfred his half-brother, which Alfred the Archbishop laid to their charge. The king deprived Leving of his bishopric and gave it to his accuser, but the year following, pacified with a round sum, restored it to Leving. Godwin made his peace by a sumptuous present, a galley with a gilded stern bravely rigged, and 80 soldiers in her, every one with bracelets of gold on each arm, weighing 16 ounces, helmet, corslet, and hilts of his sword gilded, a Danish curtaxe, listed with gold or silver, hung on his left shoulder, a shield of boss and nails gilded in his left hand, in his right a lance. Besides this, he took his oath before the king that neither of his own counsel or will, but by the command of Harold, he had done what he did, to the putting out of Alfred's eyes. The like oath took most of the nobility for themselves, or in his behalf. The next year, note, post-Christ 1041, return to text, Hardicanute sending his house-carls, so they called his officers, to gather the tribute imposed, 2 of them, rigorous in their office, were slain at Worcester by the people, whereat the king, enraged, sent Leofric, Duke of Mercia, and Seward of Northumberland, with great forces, and commissioned to slay the citizens, rifle and burn the city, and waste the whole province. Affrighted with such news, all the people fled, the countrymen whither they could, the citizens to a small island in Severn called Beveridge, which they fortified and defended stoutly till peace was granted them, and freely to return home. But their city they found sacked and burnt, wherewith the king was appeased. This was commendable in him, however cruel to others, that towards his half-brethren, though rivals of his crown, he showed himself always tenderly affectioned, as now towards Edward, who without fear came to him out of Normandy, and with unfeigned kindness received, remained safely and honourably in his court. But Hardicanute the year following, note post-Christ 1042, return to text, at a feast when Osgod, a great Danish lord, gave his daughter in marriage at Lambeth to Prudon, another potent Dane, in the midst of his mirth, sound, and healthful to sight, while he was drinking, fell down speechless, and so dying was buried at Winchester beside his father. He was, it seems, a great lover of good cheer, sitting at table 4 times a day, with a great variety of dishes and superfluity to all comers. Whereas saith Huntington, in our time princes in their houses made but 1 meal a day. He gave his sister Gunildis, a virgin of rare beauty, in marriage to Henry, the Alman emperor, and to send her forth pompously, all the nobility contributed their jewels and richest ornaments. But it may seem a wonder that our historians, if they deserve that name, should, in a matter so remarkable and so near their own time, differ. Huntington relates, against the credit of all other records, that Hardicanute thus dead, the English, rejoicing at this unexpected riddance of the Danish yoke, sent over to Alfred, the elder son of Emma by King Ethelred, of whom we heard but now that he died a prisoner at Ely, sent thither by Harold 6 years before, that he came now out of Normandy with a great number of men to receive the crown, that Earl Godwin, aiming to have his daughter made Queen of England by marrying her to Edward, a simple youth, for he thought Alfred to be of a higher spirit than to accept her, persuaded the nobles that Alfred had brought over too many Normans, and had promised them land here, and that it was not safe to suffer a warlike and subtle nation to take root in the land, and that these were to be so handled as that none of them might dare for the future to flock hither upon pretence of relation to the king. Thereupon, by common consent of the nobles, both Alfred and his company were dealt with as was above related. that they then sent for Edward out of Normandy, with hostages to be left there of their faithful intentions to make him king, and their desires not to bring over with him many Normans. That Edward, at their call, came then first out of Normandy, whereas all others agreed that he came voluntarily over to visit Hardicanute, as is before said, and was remaining then in court at the time of his death. For Hardicanute being dead, saith Malmesbury, Edward, doubting greatly his own safety, determined to rely wholly on the advice and favour of Earl Godwin. Desiring therefore by messengers to have private speech with him, the Earl a while deliberated. At last assenting, Prince Edward came, and would have fallen at his feet, but that not being permitted, told him the danger wherein he thought himself at present, and in great perplexity besought his help, to convey him somewhither out of the land. Godwin, soon apprehending the fair occasion that now as it were prompted him, how to advance himself and his family, cheerfully exhorted him to remember himself to be the son of King Ethelred, the grandson of King Edgar, the right heir to the crown, and of full age, and therefore not to think of flying, but of reigning, which might easily be brought about if he would follow his counsel. Then, setting forth the power and authority which he had in England, he promised that it should be all employed to set him on the throne, if he, on his part, would promise and swear to be for ever his friend, to preserve the honour of his house, and to marry his daughter. Edward, as his necessity then was, consented easily, and swore to whatever Godwin required. An assembly of the states thereupon met at Gillingham, where Edward pleaded his right, and by the powerful influence of Godwin was accepted. Others, as Brompton, with no probability, write that Godwin at this time had fled into Denmark for what he had done to Alfred, but returned thence to England, and submitted himself to Edward, then king, but was by him charged openly with the murder of his brother Alfred, and, not without much ado, by the intercession of Leofric and other peers, was received at length into favour. End of Book 6, Part 2 of the History of Britain by John Milton. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 6, Part 3 of the History of Britain by John Milton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Edward the Confessor. Glad were the English to be delivered so unexpectedly from their Danish masters, and little did they think how near another conquest was hanging over them. Edward, the Easter following, note post-Christ 1043, return to text, was crowned at Winchester, and the same year, accompanied with the Earls Godwin, Leofric, and Seward, came again thither on a sudden, and by their counsel seized on the treasure of his mother Emma. The cause alleged is that she was hard to him in the time of his banishment, and indeed she is said not much to have loved Ethelred, her former husband, and thereafter the children she had by him. She was moreover noted to be very covetous, hard to the poor, and profuse to monasteries. About this time also King Edward, according to promise, took to wife Edith, or Edgith, Earl Godwin's daughter, commended much for beauty, modesty, and, beyond what is requisite in a woman, learning. Ingulf, who was then a youth lodging in the court with his father, saw her oft, and, when coming from the school, was sometimes met by her, and posed, not in grammar only, but in logic also. Edward, the next year but one, note post-Christ 1045, return to text, made ready a strong navy at Sandwich against Magnus, king of Norway, who threatened an invasion, had not Sweyn, king of Denmark, diverted him from it by a war at home to defend his own land. Note post-Christ 1046, return to text. Not out of good will to Edward, as may be supposed, who at the same time expressed none to the Danes, banishing Gunildis, the niece of Canute, with her 2 sons, and Osgod, by surname Clapa, out of the realm. Sweyn, overpowered by Magnus, note post-Christ 1047, return to text, sent the next year to entreat aid of King Edward. Godwin gave counsel to send him 50 ships fraught with soldiers, but Leofric and the general voice gainsaying, none were sent. The next year, note, post-Christ 1048, return to text, Harold Harvinger, king of Norway, sending ambassadors, made peace with King Edward. But an earthquake at Worcester and Derby, and pestilence and famine in many places, much lessened the enjoyment thereof. The next year, note, post-Christ 1049, return to text, Henry the Emperor, displeased with Baldwin, Earl of Flanders, had straitened him with a great army by land, and sending to King Edward, desired him with his ships to hinder what he might his escape by sea. The king therefore with a great navy, coming to Sandwich, there stayed till the emperor came to an agreement with Earl Baldwin. Meanwhile Sweyn, son of Earl Godwin, who, not being permitted to marry Egiba, the abbess of Chester, who had been by him deflowered, had left the land, came out of Denmark with 8 ships, feigning a desire to return into the king's favour. And Bjorn, his cousin German, who commanded part of the king's navy, promised to intercede, that his earldom might be restored to him. Godwin, therefore, and Bjorn, with a few ships, the rest of the fleet being gone home, coming to Pevensey, but Godwin soon departing thence in pursuit of 29 Danish ships, who had got much booty on the coast of Essex, and perished by tempest in their return, Sweyn with his ships comes to Bjorn at Pevensey, guilefully requests him to sail with him to Sandwich, and reconcile him to the king, as he had promised. Bjorn, mistrusting no evil where he intended good, went with him in his ship, attended by 3 only of his servants. But Sweyn, set upon barbarous cruelty, not reconciliation with the king, took Bjorn, now in his power, and bound him. Then, coming to Dartmouth, slew him, and buried him in a deep ditch. After which the men of Hastings took 6 of his ships, and brought them to the king off the port of Sandwich. With the other 2 he escaped into Flanders, there remaining till Aldred, Bishop of Worcester, by earnest mediation wrought his peace with the king. About this time King Edward sent to Pope Leo, desiring absolution from a vow which he had made in his younger years, to take a journey to Rome if God vouchsafed him to reign in England. The Pope dispensed with his vow, but not without the expense of his journey given to the poor, and a monastery built or re-edified to St. Peter, who, in a vision to a monk, as it is said, chose Westminster for the situation of it, which King Edward thereupon rebuilding, endowed it with large privileges and revenues. The same year saith Florent of Worcester, certain Irish pirates, with 36 ships, entered the mouth of the Severn, and, with the aid of Griffin, Prince of South Wales, did some hurt in those parts. Then, passing the river Wye, burnt Dunedin, and slew all the inhabitants they found, against whom Aldred, Bishop of Worcester, with a few men out of Gloucestershire and Herefordshire, went out in haste. But Griffin, to whom the Welsh and Irish had privily sent messengers, came down upon the English with his whole power by night, and early in the morning, suddenly assaulting them, slew many, and put the rest to flight. The next year but one, note post-Christ 1051, return to text, King Edward remitted the Danish tax, which had continued 38 years heavy upon the land, since Ethelred first paid it to the Danes, and what remained thereof in his treasury he sent back to the owners, but through imprudence laid the foundation of a far worse mischief to the English. While studying gratitude to those Normans who to him in exile had been helpful, he called them over to public offices here, whom better he might have repaid out of his private purse, by this means exasperating the 2 nations one against the other, and making way by degrees for the Norman conquest. Robert, a monk of that country, who had been serviceable to him there in the time of need, he made bishop first of London, then of Canterbury, and William, his chaplain, he made bishop of Dorchester. Then began the English to lay aside their own ancient customs, and in many things to imitate French manners, the great peers to speak French in their houses, and use the same language in writing their bills and letters, as a great piece of gentility, and as if they were ashamed of their own. which seems to have been a presage of their subjection shortly after to that people whose fashions and language they affected so slavishly to adopt. But that which gave beginning to many troubles ensuing happened this year and upon this occasion. Eustace, Earl of Boulogne, father of the famous Godfrey who won Jerusalem from the Saracens, and husband to Goda, the king's sister, having been to visit King Edward, and returning by Canterbury to take ship at Dover, one of his harbingers, insolently seeking to lodge by force in a house there, provoked the master thereof to such a degree that by chance or heat of anger he killed him. The count, with his whole train, going to the house where his servant had been killed, slew both the slayer and 18 more who defended him. But the townsmen, running to arms, requited him with the slaughter of 20 more of his servants, and wounded most of the rest. He himself, with 1 or 2, hardly escaping, ran back with clamour to the king, whom, seconded by other Norman courtiers, he stirred up to great anger against the citizens of Canterbury. Earl Godwin in haste is sent for, the cause related and much aggravated by the king against that city, and the earl is commanded to raise forces and treat the citizens thereof as enemies. Godwin, sorry to see strangers more favoured of the king than his native people, answered that it were better to summon first the chief men of the town into the king's court, to charge them with sedition, where both parties might be heard, that if they should be found to have not been in fault, they might be acquitted. If otherwise, they might, by fine or loss of life, satisfy the king, whose peace they had broken, and the count, whom they had injured. But till this were done, he refused to prosecute with hostile punishment those men of his own country unheard, whom his office was rather to defend. The king, displeased with his refusal, and not knowing how to compel him, appointed an assembly of all the peers to be held at Gloucester, where the matter might be fully tried. The assembly was full and frequent according to summons, but Godwin, mistrusting his own cause or the violence of his adversaries, with his 2 sons Sweyn and Harold, and a great power gathered out of his own and his sons' earldoms, which contained most of the south east and west parts of England, came no farther than Beverston, giving out that their forces were to go against the Welsh, who intended an eruption into Herefordshire, and Sweyn, under that pretence, lay with part of his army thereabout. The Welsh, understanding this device, and with all diligence clearing themselves before the king, left Godwin, thus detected of false accusation, in great hatred to all the assembly. Leofric, therefore, and Seward, dukes of great power, the former in Mercia, the other in all parts beyond the Humber, both ever faithful to the king, send privily with speed to raise the forces of their provinces, which Godwin, not knowing, sent boldly to King Edward, demanding Count Eustace and his followers, together with those Bolognians, who, as Simeon writes, held a castle in the jurisdiction of Canterbury. The king, as then having but little force at hand, entertained him a while with treaties and delays, till his summoned army drew nigh, and then rejected his demands. Godwin, thus matched, commanded his sons not to begin a fight against the king, but, if begun with, not to give ground. The king's forces were the flower of those countries whence they came, and eager to fall on, but Leofric and the wiser sort, detesting civil war, brought the matter to this accord, that hostages being given on either side, the cause should be again debated at London. Thither the king and lords, coming to their army, sent to Godwin and his sons, who with their powers were come as far as Southwark, commanding their appearance unarmed, with only 12 attendants, and that the rest of their soldiers they should deliver over to the king. They, to appear without pledges before an adverse faction, denied, but to dismiss their soldiers refused not, nor in aught else to obey the king as far as might stand with honour and the just regard of their safety. This answer not pleasing the king, an edict was presently issued forth that Godwin and his sons within 5 days should depart the land. He, who perceived now his numbers to diminish, readily obeyed, and with his wife and 3 sons, Tosti, Sweyn, and Gurtha, with as much treasure as their ship could carry, embarking at Thorney, sailed into Flanders to Earl Baldwin, whose daughter Judith Tosti had married. for Woolnot, his fourth son, was then a hostage to the king in Normandy. His other two, Harold and Leofwin, taking ship at Bristow in a vessel that lay ready there belonging to Sweyn, passed into Ireland. King Edward, pursuing his displeasure, divorced his wife Edith, Earl Godwin's daughter, and sent her, despoiled of all her ornaments, to Werwell, with one waiting maid, to be kept in custody by his sister, the abbess there. His reason of so doing was as harsh as his act, quote, that she only, while her nearest relations were in banishment, might not, though innocent, enjoy ease at home. Unquote. After this, William, Duke of Normandy, with a great number of followers coming into England, was by King Edward honourably entertained, and led about the cities and castles, as it were to show him what ere long was to be his own, though at that time, saith Ingulf, no mention thereof passed between them. Then, after some time of his abode here, presented richly and dismissed, he returned home. The next year Queen Emma died, note, post-Christ 1051, return to text, and was buried at Winchester. The chronicle attributed to John Brompton, a Yorkshire abbot, but more probably the work of some nameless author that lived under Edward III or later, reports that the year before, by Robert the Archbishop, she was accused both of consenting to the death of her son Alfred and of preparing poison for Edward also. Lastly, of too much familiarity with Alwyn, Bishop of Winchester, and that in order to prove her innocence, praying overnight to St. Swithin, she offered to walk blindfold between certain ploughshares made red hot, according to the trial by ordeal, without harm, and afterwards did perform this dangerous penance, and that the king thereupon received her to honour, and from her and the bishop penance for his credulity, that the archbishop, ashamed of his accusation, fled out of England, which, besides the silence of more ancient authors, for the bishop fled not till a year after, brings the whole story into suspicion. In this more probable, if it can be proved that in memory of this deliverance from the 9 burning ploughshares, Queen Emma gave to the Abbey of St. Swithin 9 manors, and Bishop Alwyn another 9. About this time, Griffin, Prince of South Wales, wasted Herefordshire, to oppose whom the people of that country, with many Normans garrisoned in the castle of Hereford, went out in arms, but were put to the worse, many slain, and much booty driven away by the Welsh. Soon after which, Harold and Lewin, sons of Godwin, coming into the Severn with many ships in the confines of Somerset and Dorsetshire, spoiled many villages, and, resisted by those of Somerset and Devonshire, slew in a fight more than 30 of their principal men, many of the common sort, and returned with much booty to their fleet. King Edward, on the other side, made ready above 60 ships at Sandwich, well stored with men and provision, under the conduct of Odo and Radulf, 2 of his Norman kindred, enjoining them to find out Godwin, whom he heard to be at sea. To quicken them, he himself lay on shipboard, ofttimes watched, and sailed up and down in search of those pirates. But Godwin, whether in a mist or by other accident, passing by them, arrived in another part of Kent, and, dispersing several messengers abroad, by fair words allured the chief men of Kent, Surrey, and Essex to his party, which news coming to the king's fleet at Sandwich, they hasted to find him out, but missing of him again, came up without effect to London. Godwin, advertised of this, forthwith sailed to the Isle of Wight, where at length his 2 sons Harold and Lewin, finding him, with their united navy, lay on the coast, forbearing other hostility than to furnish themselves with fresh victuals from land as they needed. Thence, as one fleet, they set forward to Sandwich, using all fair means by the way to increase their numbers both of mariners and soldiers. The king, who was then at London, startled at these tidings, gave speedy order to raise forces in all parts that had not revolted from him, but now too late, for Godwin, within a few days after, with his ships or galleys, came up the river Thames to Southwark, and, till the tide returned, had conference with the Londoners, whom by fair speeches for he was held a good speaker in those times, he brought to his bent. The tide returning, and none upon the bridge hindering, he rode up in his galleys along the south bank, where his land army, now come to him in array of battle, now stood on the shore. Then, turning toward the north side of the river, where the king's galleys lay in some readiness, and land forces also not far off, he made show as offering to fight. But they understood one another, and the soldiers on either side soon declared their resolution not to fight English against English. Thence coming to treaty, the king and the earl were reconciled, and both armies were dissolved, and Godwin and his sons were restored to their former dignities, except Sweyn, who, being touched with conscience for the slaughter of Bjorn, his kinsman, was gone barefoot to Jerusalem, and returning home died by sickness, or Saracens, in Lycia. And King Edward took to him again his wife Edith, Godwin's daughter, and restored her to her former dignity. Then were the Normans, who had done many unjust things under the king's authority, and given him ill counsel against his people, banished the realm, some of them, who were not blamable, being permitted to stay. Robert, Archbishop of Canterbury, William, Bishop of London, Ulf, Bishop of Lincoln, all Normans, hardly escaping with their followers, got to sea. The Archbishop went with this complaint to Rome, but returning, died in Normandy at the same monastery from whence he came. Osborne and Hugh surrendered their castles, and by permission of Joffrey, passed through his counties with their Normans to Macbeth, King of Scotland. The year following, note 1053, return to text, Rhys, brother to Griffin, Prince of South Wales, who by inroads had done much damage to the English, taken at Bullenden, was put to death by the king's order, and his head brought to him at Gloucester. The same year at Winchester, on the second holiday of Easter, Earl Godwin, sitting with the king at table, sunk down suddenly in his seat as dead. His three sons, Harold, Tosti, and Gertha, forthwith carried him into the king's chamber, hoping he might revive. But the malady had so seized him that the 5th day after he expired. The Normans, who hated Godwin, give out, saith Malmesbury, that mention happening to be made of Alfred, and the king thereat looking sourly upon Godwin, he, to vindicate himself, uttered these words: Thou, O king, at every mention made of thy brother Alfred, lookest frowningly upon me. But let God not suffer me to swallow this morsel, if I be guilty of aught done against his life, or thy advantage. That after these words, choked with the morsel taken, he sunk down and recovered not. His first wife was the sister of Canute, a woman of much infamy for the trade she drove of buying up English youths and maids to sell in Denmark, whereof she made great gain, but ere long was struck with thunder and died. The year ensuing, note, post-Christ 1054, return to text, Seward, Earl of Northumberland, with a great number of horse and foot, attended also by a strong fleet at the king's appointment, made an expedition into Scotland, vanquished the tyrant Macbeth, slaying many thousands of Scots with those Normans that went thither, and placed Malcolm, son of the Cumbrian king, on the throne in his stead, yet not without loss of his own son, and many other soldiers, both English and Danes. When he was told of his son's death, he asked whether he received his death's wound before or behind. When it was answered that the wound was before, I am glad to hear that, saith he, and should not else have thought him, though my son, worthy of burial. In the meanwhile, King Edward, being without issue to succeed him, sent Aldred, Bishop of Winchester, with great presents to the emperor, entreating him to prevail with the King of Hungary that Edward, the remaining son of his brother Edmund Ironside, might be sent into England. Seward, but 1 year surviving his great victory, died at York. Note, post-Christ 1055, return to text. Reported by Huntington, a man of giant-like stature, and by his own demeanor at the point of death, manifested to have been of a rough and mere soldierly mind. For, much disdaining to die in bed by a disease, and not in the field fighting with his enemies, he caused himself completely armed and weaponed with battle axe and shield to be set in a chair, whether to fight with death, if he could be so vain, or to meet him, when far other weapons and preparations were needful, in a martial bravery. But true fortitude glories not in the feats of war, as they are such, but as they serve to end war soonest by a victorious peace. His earldom the king bestowed on Tosti, the son of Earl Godwin, and soon after, in a convention held at London, banished, without visible cause, Huntingdon saith for treason, Algar, the son of Leofric, who, passing into Ireland, soon returned with 18 ships to Griffin, Prince of South Wales, requesting his aid against King Edward. He, assembling his powers, entered with him into Herefordshire, whom Radulf, a timorous captain, son to the king's sister, not by Eustace but by a former husband, met 2 miles distant from Hereford, and having horsed the English, who knew better to fight on foot, without stroke he, with his French and Normans beginning to fly, taught the English, by his example, to do so likewise. Griffin and Algar, following the chase, slew many, wounded more, entered Hereford, slew 7 canons who were defending the minster, burnt first the monastery and relics, and then the city, killing some, leading captive others of the citizens, returned with great spoils. Whereof King Edward having notice, he gathered a great army at Gloucester under the conduct of Harold, now Earl of Kent, who, strenuously pursuing Griffin, entered Wales and encamped beyond Straddale. But the enemy flying before him farther into the country, leaving there the greater part of his army, with such as had charge to fight if occasion were offered, with the rest he returned, and fortified Hereford with a wall and gates. Meanwhile Griffin and Algar, dreading the diligence of Harold, after many messages to and fro, concluded a peace with him. Algar, discharging his fleet with pay at Westchester, came to the king, and was restored to his earldom. But Griffin, with breach of faith, the next year, note 1056, return to text, set upon Leofgar, the Bishop of Hereford, and his clerks, then at a place called Glassbrig, with Aylnorth, Viscount of the Shire, and slew them. But Leofric, Harold, and King Edward, by force, as is likeliest, though it be not said how, reduced him to peace. The next year, note post Christ 1057, return to text, Edward, son of Edmund Ironside, for whom his uncle, King Edward, had sent to the emperor, came out of Hungary, designed successor to the crown, but within a few days after his coming died at London, leaving behind him Edgard Atheling his son, Margaret and Christiana his daughters. About the same time also died Earl Leofric, in a good old age, a man of no less virtue than power in his time, religious, prudent, and faithful to his country, happily wedded to Godiva, a woman of great praise. His son Algar found less favour with King Edward, being again banished the year after his father's death, note post Christ 1058, return to text. But he again, by the aid of Griffin and a fleet from Norway, Mogr the king soon recovered his earldom. The next year, note post Christ 1059, return to text, Malcolm, King of Scots, coming to visit King Edward, was brought on his way by Tosti, the Northumbrian earl, to whom he swore brotherhood. Yet, the next year but one, note post Christ 1061, return to text, while Tosti was gone to Rome with Aldred, Archbishop of York, for his pall, this sworn brother, taking advantage of his absence, roughly harassed Northumberland. The year passing to an end without other matter of moment, save the frequent inroads and robberies of Griffin, whom no bonds of faith could restrain, King Edward sent against him after Christmas Harold, now Duke of the West Saxons, with no great body of horse, note post Christ 1062, return to text, from Gloucester, where he then kept his court, whose coming, heard of, Griffin not daring to abide, nor in any part of his land holding himself secure, escaped hardly by sea, ere Harold, coming to Rhuddlan, burnt his palace and ships there, and returned to Gloucester the same day. But by the middle of May, note post Christ 1063, return to text, setting out with a fleet from Bristow, he sailed about the most part of Wales, and being met by his brother Tosti, with many troops of horse, as the king had appointed, began to waste the country. But the Welsh, giving pledges, yielded themselves, and promised to become tributary and banish Griffin their prince, who, lurking somewhere, was the next year taken and slain by Griffin, Prince of North Wales. Note, post-Christ 1064, return to text. His head, with the head and tackle of his ship, sent to Harold, and by him to the king, who of his gentleness made Blechgent and Brithwallen, or Rivallen, his two brothers, princes in his stead. They to Harold, in behalf of the king, swore fealty and tribute. Yet the next year, note, post-Christ 1065, return to text, Harold, having built a fair house at a place called Portishead in Monmouthshire, and stored it with provision, that the king might lodge there in time of hunting, Caradoc, the son of Griffin, slain the year before, came with a number of men, slew all he found there, and took away the provision. Soon after which the Northumbrians, in a tumult at York, beset the palace of Tosti their earl, slew more than 200 of his soldiers and servants, pillaged his treasure, and forced him to fly for his life. The cause of this insurrection they alleged to be for that the Queen Edith had commanded, in her brother Tosti's behalf, Gospatrick, a nobleman of that country, to be treacherously slain in the king's court, and that Tosti himself, the year before, with like treachery, had caused to be slain in his chamber Gamel and Ulf, two other of their noblemen, besides his intolerable exactions and oppressions. Then, in a manner, the whole country, coming up to complain of their grievances, met with Harold at Northampton, whom the king, at Tosti's request, had sent to pacify the Northumbrians. But they, laying open the cruelty of his government, and their own birthright of freedom not to endure the tyranny of any governor whatsoever, with absolute refusal to admit him again, and Harold, hearing reason, all the accomplices of Tosti were expelled the earldom. He himself was banished the realm, and went into Flanders, and Morcar, the son of Algar, made earl in his stead. Huntington tells another cause of Tosti's banishment, that one day at Windsor, while Harold reached the cup to King Edward, Tosti, envying to see his younger brother in greater favour than himself, could not forbear to run furiously upon him, catching hold of his hair. The scuffle was soon parted by other attendants rushing between, and Tosti forbidden the court. He, with continued fury, riding to Hereford, where Harold had many servants, preparing an entertainment for the king, came to the house and set upon them with his followers, then lopping off hands, arms, legs of some, heads of others, threw them into butts of wine, meath, or ale, which were laid in for the king's drinking, and at his going away charged them to send him this word, that of other fresh meats he might bring with him to his farm what he pleased, but of souse he should find plenty provided ready for him. That for this barbarous act the king pronounced him banished, that the Northumbrians, taking advantage of the king's displeasure and sentence against him, rose also to be revenged of his cruelties done to themselves. But this no way agrees, for why then should Harold, or the king, so much labour with the Northumbrians to readmit him, if he were a banished man for his crimes done before? About this time it happened that Harold, putting to sea one day for his pleasure in a fisher-boat from his manor at Bosham in Sussex, being caught in a tempest too far off land, was carried into Normandy, and by the Earl of Ponthieu, on whose coast he was driven, was, at his own request, brought to Duke William, who, entertaining him with great courtesy, so far won him as to induce him to promise the Duke, by oath, of his own accord, not only to deliver up to him the castle of Dover, then in his tenure, but the whole kingdom also after King Edward's death, to his utmost endeavour, thereupon betrothing the Duke's daughter, then too young for marriage, and departing richly presented. Others say that King Edward himself, after the death of Edward his nephew, sent Harold thither on purpose to acquaint Duke William with his intention to bequeath him his kingdom. But Malmesbury accounts the former story to be the truer. Ingulf writes that King Edward, now grown old, and perceiving Edgar his nephew to be both in body and mind unfit to govern, especially against the pride and insolence of Godwin's sons, who would never obey him, and Duke William, on the other hand, to be a man of high merit, and considering likewise that he was his kinsman by the side of his mother, Queen Emma, had sent Robert, Archbishop of Canterbury, to acquaint the Duke with his purpose, not long before Harold came thither. The former part may be true, that King Edward, upon such considerations, had sent some person or other to Duke William, but it could not be Archbishop Robert, because he had fled the land, and had been dead many years before. Eadmer and Simeon write that Harold went of his own accord into Normandy, by the king's permission, or connivance, to get free his brother Wulnod and his nephew Hakon, the son of Sweyn, whom the king had taken as hostages of Godwin, and had sent into Normandy, and that thereupon King Edward had forewarned Harold that his journey thither would be to the detriment of all England and to his own reproach. And they further write that Duke William then acquainted Harold how Edward, ere his coming to the crown, had promised, if ever he attained it, to leave Duke William successor after him. Last of these old historians, Matthew Paris writes that Harold, to get free of Duke William, affirmed his coming thither not to have been by accident or force of tempest, but on set purpose, in that private manner, to enter with him into secret confederacy. So variously are these things reported. After this, King Edward grew sickly. Note post-Christ 1066, return to text. Yet, as he was able, he kept his Christmas at London, and was present at the dedication of St. Peter's Church in Westminster, which he had rebuilt. But on the eve of Epiphany, or Twelfthtide, he died, much lamented, and in the church was entombed. That he was harmless and simple is conjectured by his words in anger to a peasant who had crossed his game, for with hunting and hawking he was much delighted. "By God and God's mother," said he, "I shall do you as shrewd a turn if I can," observing that law maxim better than any of his successors, that the King of England can do no wrong. The softness of his nature gave growth to factions of those about him, Normans especially, and English. The latter complaining that Robert the Archbishop was a sower of dissension between the king and his people, a traducer of the English. The other side, that Godwin and his sons bore themselves arrogantly and proudly towards the king, usurping to themselves an equal share in the government, ofttimes making sport with his simplicity, and that through their power in the land they made no scruple to kill men to whose inheritance they took a liking, and so to take possession. The truth is that Godwin and his sons did many things boisterously and violently, much against the king's mind, which, not being able to resist, he had, as some say, taken such a dislike to his wife, Edith, Godwin's daughter, as in bed never to have touched her. Whether for this cause, or mistaken chastity, not commendable, to inquire further is not material. His laws were held good and just, and not long after were desired by the English of their Norman kings, and they are yet extant. He is said to have been at table not excessive, at festivals nothing puffed up with the costly robes he wore, which his queen with curious art had woven for him in gold. He was full of alms deeds, and exhorted the monks to like charity. He is said to be the first English king that cured the disease thence called the King's Evil. Yet Malmesbury blames them who attribute that cure to his royalty, and not to his sanctity. He is said also to have cured certain blind men with the water wherein he had washed his hands. A little before his death, lying speechless 2 days, the 3rd day after a deep sleep, he was heard to pray that if it were a true vision, not an illusion, which he had seen, God would give him strength to utter it, otherwise not. Then he related how he had seen 2 devout monks, whom he knew in Normandy to have lived and died well, who, appearing, told him that they were sent messengers from God to foretell that because the great ones of England, dukes, lords, bishops, and abbots, were not ministers of God but of the devil, God had delivered the land to their enemies. And when he desired that he might reveal this vision to the end they might repent, it was answered, They neither will repent, nor will God pardon them. At this relation, others trembling, Stigand, the simoniacal archbishop, whom Edward, much to blame, had suffered many years to sit primate in the church, is said to have laughed, as at the feverish dream of a doting old man. But the event proved it to be true. Harold, son of Earl Godwin. Harold, whether he had by King Edward a little before his death been ordained successor to the crown, as Simeon of Durham and others affirm, or by the prevalence of his faction he had excluded Edgar, who was surnamed Atheling on account of his noble descent from King Edmund Ironside, of whom he was the grandson, as Malmesbury and Huntingdon agree, immediately after the conclusion of the funeral of King Edward, and on the same day, was elected and crowned king, and was no sooner placed on the throne but he began to frame himself, by all manner of compliances, to gain the affections of the people. He endeavored to make good laws, repealed bad ones, became a great patron to the church and churchmen, courteous and affable to all that were reputed good, a hater of evil-doers, and charged all his officers to punish thieves, robbers, and all disturbers of the peace, while he himself, by sea and land, labored in the defense of his country. So good an actor is ambition. In the meanwhile, a blazing star, 7 mornings together, about the end of April, was seen to stream terribly, not only over England, but other parts of the world, foretelling here, as was thought, the great changes that were approaching, plainliest prognosticated by Elmer, a monk of Malmesbury, who could not foresee when time was the breaking of his own legs for soaring too high. He, in his youth, strangely aspiring, had made and fitted wings to his hands and feet. With these, on the top of a tower, spread out to gather air, he flew more than a furlong, but the wind being too high, he came fluttering down to the maiming of all his limbs. Yet so conceited was he of his art, that he attributed the cause of his fall to the want of a tail, as birds have, which he forgot to make to his hinder parts. This story, though seeming otherwise too light to appear in the midst of a sad narration, yet for the strangeness thereof I thought worthy enough to be placed here, as I found it placed in my author. But, to digress no farther, Tosti, the king's brother, coming from Flanders, full of envy at his younger brother's advancement to the crown, resolved what he might to trouble his reign. Forcing therefore the inhabitants of the Isle of Wight to contribution, he sailed thence to Sandwich, committing piracies on the coast between. Harold, then residing at London, with a great number of ships drawn together, and of horse troops by land, repairs in person for Sandwich, whereof Tosti having notice, directs his course with 60 ships towards Lindsay, taking with him all the seamen he found, willing or unwilling, where he burnt many villages, and slew many of the inhabitants. But Edwin, the Mercian duke, and Morcar his brother, the Northumbrian earl, with their forces on either side, soon drove him out of the country, who thence betook him to Malcolm, the Scottish king, and with him abode the whole summer. About the same time, Duke William, sending ambassadors to admonish Harold of his promise and oath, to assist him in his plea to the kingdom, he made answer that by the death of his daughter, betrothed to him on that condition, he was absolved of his oath, or, if she was not dead, he could not take her now, being an outlandish woman, without consent of the realm; that it was presumptuously done, and not to be persisted in, if, without consent or knowledge of the states, he had sworn away the right of the kingdom; that what he swore was to gain his liberty, being in a manner then his prisoner; that it was unreasonable in the duke to require or expect of him the foregoing of a kingdom conferred upon him with the universal favour and acclamation of the people. To this flat denial he added contempt, sending the messengers back, saith Matthew Paris, on maimed horses. The duke, thus contemptuously put off, addresses himself to the Pope, setting forth the justice of his cause, which Harold, whether through haughtiness of mind or distrust, or that the ways to Rome were stopped, sought not to do. Duke William, besides the promise and oath of Harold, alleged that King Edward, by the advice of Seward, Godwin himself, and Stigand, the archbishop, had given him the right of succession, and had sent him the son and nephew of Godwin as pledges of the gift. The Pope sent to Duke William, after this demonstration of his right, a consecrated banner, whereupon he, having with great care and choice got an army of tall and stout soldiers, under captains of great skill and mature age, came in August to the port of St. Valery. Meanwhile Harold from London comes to Sandwich, there expecting his navy, which also coming, he sails to the Isle of Wight, and having heard of Duke William's preparations and readiness to invade him, kept good watch on the coast, and foot forces everywhere in fit places to guard the shore. But ere the middle of September, provision failing when it was most needed, both fleet and army returned home. When on a sudden Harold Harbiger, King of Norway, with a navy of more than 500 great ships, others lessen them by 200, others augment them to 1,000, appears at the mouth of the Tyne, to whom Earl Tosti with his ships came, as was agreed between them, whence both, uniting, set sail with all speed and entered the river Humber. Thence turning into the Ouse as far as Recall, they landed and took York by assault. At these tidings Harold with all his power hastes thitherward, but ere his coming, Edwin and Morcar at Fulford by York, on the north side of the Ouse, about the feast of St. Matthew, had given them battle, successfully at first, but were overborne at length with numbers, and being forced to turn their backs, more of them perished in the river than in the fight. The Norwegians, taking with them 500 hostages out of York, and leaving there 150 of their own, retired to their ships. But the 5th day after, King Harold, with a great and well-appointed army, coming to York, and at Stamford Bridge, or Battle Bridge, on the Darwent, assailing the Norwegians, after much bloodshed on both sides, cut off the greatest part of them with Harbiger their king, and Tosti his own brother. But Olav the king's son, and Paul, Earl of Orkney, who had been left with many soldiers to guard the ships, surrendering themselves, with hostages and oath given, quote, never to return as enemies, unquote, he suffered them freely to depart, with 20 ships and the small remnant of their army. One man of the Norwegians is not to be forgotten, who, with incredible valor, keeping the bridge a long hour against the whole English army, with his single resistance, delayed their victory, and scorning offered life, till in the end no man daring to grapple with him, either dreaded as too strong or contemned as one desperate, he was at length shot dead with an arrow, and by his fall opened the passage of pursuit to a complete victory. Wherewith Harold lifted up in mind, and, forgetting now his former shows of popularity, defrauded his soldiers of their due and well-deserved share of the spoils. While these things passed in Northumberland, Duke William lay still at St. Valery. His ships were ready, but the wind served not for many days, which put the soldiery into much discouragement and murmur, taking this for an unlucky sign of their success. At last, the wind becoming favourable, the Duke, first under sail, awaited the rest at anchor, till all coming forth the whole fleet of 900 ships with a prosperous gale arrived at Hastings. At his going out of the boat by a slip, falling on his hands, to correct the omen, a soldier standing by said aloud that their Duke had taken possession of England. Landed, he restrained his army from waste and spoil, saying that they ought to spare what was their own. But these things are related of Alexander and Caesar, and I doubt are thence borrowed by the monks to adorn their story. The Duke, for 15 days after landing, kept his men quiet within the camp, having taken the castle of Hastings, or built a fortress there. Harold, secure the while, and proud of his new victory, thought all his enemies now under his feet. But sitting jollily at dinner, news is brought him that Duke William of Normandy, with a great multitude of horse and foot, slingers and archers, besides other choice auxiliaries which he had hired in France, was arrived at Pevensey. Harold, who had expected him all the summer, but not so late in the year as now it was, for it was October, with his forces much diminished after 2 sore conflicts, and the departing of many others from him discontented, in great haste marches to London. Thence, not tarrying for supplies, which were on their way towards him, hurries to Sussex, for he was always in haste since the day of his coronation, and ere the third part of his army could be well put in order, finds the Duke about 9 miles from Hastings, and now drawing nigh, sent spies before him to survey the strength and number of his enemies. Them discovered to be such, the Duke, causing to be led about, and afterwards to be well filled with meat and drink, sent back. They, not over wise, brought word that the Duke's army were most of them priests, for they saw their faces all over shaven, the English then using to let grow on their upper lip large mustachios, as did anciently the Britons. The king, laughing, answered that they were not priests, but valiant and hardy soldiers. Therefore, said Gurtha his brother, a youth of noble courage and of understanding above his age, forbear thou thyself to fight, who art obnoxious to Duke William by your oath, and let us, unsworn, undergo the hazard of battle, who may justly fight in the defence of our country. Thou, reserved to fitter time, mayst either reunite us flying, or revenge us dead. The king, not hearkening to this, lest it might seem to argue fear in him, or a bad cause, with like resolution rejected also the offers of Duke William, sent to him by a monk before the battle, with this only answer hastily delivered: Let God judge between us. The offers were these: that Harold would either lay down the sceptre, or hold it of him, or would try his title with him by single combat in sight of both armies, or would refer it to the Pope. These offers being rejected, both sides prepared to fight the next morning, the English from singing and drinking all night, the Normans from confession of their sins and communion of the host. The English were in a strait disadvantageous place, so that many, discouraged with their ill ordering, scarce having room where to stand, slipped away before the onset. The rest, in close order with their battle axes and shields, made an impenetrable squadron. Side note: the 14th of October, 1066. Return to text. The king himself, with his brothers on foot, stood by the royal standard, wherein the figure of a man fighting was inwoven with gold and precious stones. The Norman foot, most bowmen, made to foremost front, on either side wings of horse somewhat behind. When the Duke was arming, his corslet being given him on the wrong side, he said pleasantly, The strength of my dukedom will be turned now into a kingdom. Then the whole army, singing the song of Roland, the remembrance of whose exploits might hearten them, imploring lastly divine help, the battle began, and was fought sorely on either side. But the main body of English foot by no means would be broken, till the Duke, causing his men to feign flight, drew them out with desire of pursuit into open disorder, then turned suddenly upon them, when so routed by themselves, which wrought their overthrow. Yet so they died not unmanfully, but turning oft upon their enemies, by the advantage of an upper ground, beat them down in heaps, and filled up a great ditch with their carcasses. Thus hung the victory wavering on either side from the 3rd hour of day to evening, when Harold, having maintained the fight with unspeakable courage and personal valor, being shot into the head with an arrow, fell at length, and left his soldiers without heart longer to withstand the unwearied enemy. With Harold fell also his 2 brothers, Alfred and Gurtha, and with them the greatest part of the English nobility. His body lying dead, a knight or soldier who wounded it on the thigh was by the Duke immediately turned out of the military service. Of Normans and French were slain no small number. The Duke himself also that day not a little hazarded his person, having had 3 choice horses killed under him. The victory being obtained, and his dead carefully buried, the English dead also being buried by permission, he sent the body of Harold to his mother without ransom, though she had offered a very great sum to redeem it, which having received, she buried it at Walton, in a church built there by Harold. In the meanwhile, Edwin and Morcar, who had withdrawn themselves from Harold, hearing of his death, came to London, sending Aldgith, the queen, their sister, with all speed to Westchester. Aldred, Archbishop of York, and many of the nobles, with the Londoners, would have set up Edgar Atheling, the right heir, and prepared themselves to fight for him. But Morcar and Edwin, not liking the choice, who each of them expected to have been chosen before him, withdrew their forces and returned home. Duke William, contrary to his former resolution, if Florent of Worcester and they who follow him say true, wasting, burning, and slaying all in his way, or rather, as saith Malmesbury, not in hostile, but in regal manner, came up to London, and was met at Barkham by Edgar, with the nobles, bishops, citizens, and at length Edwin and Morcar, who all submitted to him, gave hostages, and swore fidelity to him. And he to them promised peace and defence, yet permitted his men the while to burn and make prey. Coming to London with all his army, he was on Christmas Day solemnly crowned in the great church at Westminster by Aldred, Archbishop of York, having first given his oath at the altar, in presence of all the people, to defend the church, well govern the people, maintain right law, prohibit rapine and unjust judgment. Thus the English, while they agreed not about the choice of their native king, were constrained to take the yoke of an outlandish conqueror. With what mind and by what course of life they had fitted themselves for this servitude, William of Malmesbury spares not to lay open. Not a few years before the Normans came, the clergy, though in Edward the Confessor's days, had lost all good literature and religion, being scarce able to read and understand their Latin service, and any one of them who knew his grammar was considered as a miracle by the others. The monks went clad in fine stuffs, and made no difference what they ate, which, though in itself no fault, yet to their consciences was irreligious. The great men, given to gluttony and dissolute life, made a prey of the common people, abusing their daughters, whom they had in service, then turning them off to the stews. The meaner sort, tippling together night and day, spent all they had in drunkenness, attended with other vices which effeminate men's minds. Whence it came to pass that, carried on with fury and rashness more than any true fortitude or skill of war, they gave to William, their conqueror, so easy a conquest. Not but that some few of all sorts were much better among them, but such was the generality. And as the long suffering of God permits bad men to enjoy prosperous days with the good, so his severity ofttimes exempts not good men from their share in evil times with the bad. If these were the causes of such misery and thraldom to those our ancestors, with what better close can we conclude this history than by here, in fit season, admonishing this present age, side note, AD 1670, return to text, in the midst of her security, to fear, from like vices without amendment, the return of like calamities. The end of the 6th book. The End of the History of Britain by John Milton. Recording by Thomas Copeland. The Life of Milton by Edward Phillips. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Milton, 1694. Of all the several parts of history, that which sets forth the lives and commemorates the most remarkable actions, sayings, or writings of famous and illustrious persons, whether in war or peace, whether many together or any one in particular, As it is not the least useful in itself, so it is in highest vogue and esteem among the studious and reading part of mankind. The most eminent in this way of history were, among the ancients, Plutarch and Diogenes Laertius of the Greeks. The first wrote the lives, for the most part, of the most renowned heroes and warriors of the Greeks and Romans, the other the lives of the ancient Greek philosophers. And Cornelius Nepos, or as some will have it, Aemilius Probus, of the Latins, who wrote the lives of the most illustrious Greek and Roman generals. Among the moderns, Machiavel, a noble Florentine, who elegantly wrote the life of Castruccio Castracana, Lord of Lucca. And of our nation, Sir Fulk Greville, who wrote the life of his most intimate friend Sir Philip Sidney. Mr. Thomas Stanley, of Cumberlow Green, who made a most elaborate improvement to the foresaid Laertius by adding to what he found in him what by diligent search and inquiry he collected from other authors of best authority. And Isaac Walton, who wrote the lives of Sir Henry Wotton, Dr. Donne, and for his divine poems the admired Mr. George Herbert. Lastly, not to mention several other biographers of considerable note, the great Gassendus of France, the worthy celebrator of two no less worthy subjects of his impartial pen, viz., the noble philosopher Epicurus, and the most politely learned virtuoso of his age, his countryman, Monsieur Pierresque. And pity it is, the person whose memory we have here undertaken to perpetuate by recounting the most memorable transactions of his life, though his works sufficiently recommend him to the world, finds not a well-informed pen able to set him forth, equal with the best of those here mentioned. For doubtless, had his fame been as much spread through Europe in Thuanus' time as now it is, and hath been for several years, he had justly merited from that great historian an eulogy not inferior to the highest by him given to all the learned and ingenious that lived within the compass of his history. For we may safely and justly affirm that, take him in all respects, for acumen of wit, quickness of apprehension, sagacity of judgment, depth of argument, and elegancy of style, as well in Latin as English, as well in verse as prose, he is scarce to be paralleled by any the best of writers our nation hath in any age brought forth. He was born in London, in a house in Bread Street, the lease whereof, as I take it, but for certain it was a house in Bread Street, became in time part of his estate, in the year of our Lord 1606, note 1603, return to text. His father, John Milton, an honest, worthy, and substantial citizen of London, by profession a scrivener, to which he voluntarily betook himself by the advice and assistance of an intimate friend of his, eminent in that calling, upon his being cast out by his father, a bigoted Roman Catholic, for embracing when young the Protestant faith, and abjuring the popish tenets. For he is said to have been descended of an ancient family of the Miltons, of Milton near Abingdon in Oxfordshire, where they had been a long time seated, as appears by the monument still to be seen in Milton Church, till one of the family, having taken the wrong side in the contest between the houses of York and Lancaster, was sequestered of all his estate but what he held by his wife. However, certain it is that this vocation he followed for many years at his said house in Bread Street, with success suitable to his industry and prudent conduct of his affairs. Yet he did not so far quit his own generous and ingenious inclinations as to make himself wholly a slave to the world, for he sometimes found vacant hours to the study, which he made his recreation, of the noble science of music, in which he advanced to that perfection that, as I have been told, and as I take it by our author himself, he composed an in nomine of 40 parts, for which he was rewarded with a gold medal and chain by a Polish prince, to whom he presented it. However, this is a truth not to be denied, that for several songs of his composition, after the way of these times, 3 or 4 of which are still to be seen in old Wilby's set of airs, besides some compositions of his in Ravenscroft's Psalms, he gained the reputation of a considerable master in this most charming of all the liberal sciences. Yet all this while he managed his grand affair of this world with such prudence and diligence, that by the assistance of divine providence, favouring his honest endeavours, he gained a competent estate, whereby he was enabled to make a handsome provision both for the education and maintenance of his children. For 3 he had, and no more, all by one wife, Sarah of the family of the Castons, derived originally from Wales, a woman of incomparable virtue and goodness. John, the eldest, the subject of our present work, Christopher, and an only daughter, Anne. Christopher, being principally designed for the study of the common law of England, was entered young a student of the Inner Temple, of which house he lived to be an ancient bencher, and keeping close to that study and profession all his lifetime, except in the time of the civil wars of England, when, being a great favourer and asserter of the king's cause, and obnoxious to the Parliament's side by acting to his utmost power against them, so long as he kept his station at Reading. And after that town was taken by the Parliament forces, being forced to quit his house there, he steered his course according to the motion of the king's army. But when the war was ended with victory and success to the Parliament party, by the valour of General Fairfax and the craft and conduct of Cromwell, and his composition made by the help of his brother's interest with the then prevailing power, he betook himself again to his former study and profession, following chamber practice every term. Yet came to no advancement in the world in a long time, except some small employ in the town of Ipswich, where, and near it, he lived all the latter time of his life. For he was a person of a modest, quiet temper, preferring justice and virtue before all worldly pleasure or grandeur. But in the beginning of the reign of King James II, for his known integrity and ability in the law, he was by some persons of quality recommended to the king, and at a call of sergeants received the coif, and the same day was sworn one of the barons of the Exchequer, and soon after made one of the judges of the Common Pleas. But his years and indisposition not well brooking the fatigue of public employment, he continued not long in either of these stations, but having his quietus est, retired to a country life, his study and devotion. Anne, the only daughter of the said John Milton the elder, had a considerable dowry given her by her father in marriage with Edward Phillips, the son of Edward Phillips of Shrewsbury, who, coming up young to town, was bred up in the Crown Office in Chancery, and at length came to be secondary of the office under old Mr. Bembo. By him she had, besides other children that died infants, 2 sons yet surviving, of whom more hereafter, and by a second husband, Mr. Thomas Agar, who, upon the death of his intimate friend Mr. Phillips, worthily succeeded in the place, which, except some time of exclusion before and during the interregnum, he held for many years, and left it to Mr. Thomas Milton, the son of the aforementioned Sir Christopher, who at this day executes it with great reputation and ability, 2 daughters, Mary, who died very young, and Anne, yet surviving. But to hasten back to our matter in hand, John, our author, who was destined to be the ornament and glory of his country, was sent, together with his brother, to Paul's school, whereof Dr. Gill the elder was then chief master, where he was entered into the first rudiments of learning, and advanced therein with that admirable success, not more by the discipline of the school and good instructions of his masters, for that he had another master, possibly at his father's house, appears by the 4th elegy of his Latin poems, written in his 18th year, to Thomas Young, pastor of the English Company of Merchants at Hamborough, wherein he owns and styles him his master, than by his own happy genius, prompt wit and apprehension, and insuperable industry, for he generally sate up half the night, as well in voluntary improvements of his own choice as the exact perfecting of his school exercises. So that at the age of 15, note, he had completed his 16th year. Return to text. He was full ripe for academic learning, and accordingly was sent to the University of Cambridge, where, in Christ's College, under the tuition of a very eminent learned man, whose name I cannot call to mind, he studied 7 years, and took his degree of Master of Arts, for the extraordinary wit and reading he had shown in his performances to attain his degree, some whereof, spoken at a vacation exercise in his 19th year of age, are to be yet seen in his miscellaneous poems. He was loved and admired by the whole university, particularly by the fellows and most ingenious persons of his house. Among the rest, there was a young gentleman, one Mr. King, with whom, for his great learning and parts, he had contracted a particular friendship and intimacy, whose death, for he was drowned on the Irish seas in his passage from Chester to Ireland, he bewails in that most excellent monody in his forementioned poems, entitled Lycidas. Never was the loss of a friend so elegantly lamented, and among the rest of his juvenile poems, some he wrote at the age of 15, which contain a poetic genius scarce to be paralleled by any English writer. Soon after he had taken his master's degree, he thought fit to leave the university, not upon any disgust or discontent for want of preferment, as some ill-willers have reported, nor upon any cause whatsoever forced to fly, as his detractors maliciously feign, but from which aspersion he sufficiently clears himself in his second answer to Alexander Morris. Note, first answer, return to text. The author of a book called Clamor Regii Sanguinis ad Caelum, the chief of his calumniators, in which he plainly makes it out that after his leaving the university, to the no small trouble of his fellow collegiates, who in general regretted his absence, he for the space of 5 years lived for the most part with his father and mother at their house at Horton, near Colebrook in Berkshire, whither his father, having got an estate to his content, and left off all business, was retired from the cares and fatigues of the world. After the said term of 5 years, his mother then dying, he was willing to add to his acquired learning the observation of foreign customs, manners, and institutions, and thereupon took a resolution to travel, more especially designing for Italy. Note, there is great confusion in all the biographers of Milton respecting the period of his travels, and this confusion originates with Milton himself. He left Cambridge on taking his degree of Master of Arts in 1632. He assigns 5 years as the interval in which he lived at home with his father and mother, and his mother died in 1637, Simmons, upon which he set out on his travels. Thus far, the story is consistent. But Milton goes on to inform us that his travels occupied a space of 15 months, and that he returned to England about the time of King Charles's second expedition against the Scots. Eodem ferme tempora, quo Carolus cum Scotis ructa pace, bellum alterum quod vocat episcopale, redintegrabat, in quo fusis primo congressu regiis copiis, malaco actus non sponte parliamentum haudita multa post convocavit. This can refer to no other period than the rout at Newburn, August 1640, and Milton can less be suspected of an erroneous statement in these last 2 dates than the former. The result is that a period of 2 years, from the spring 1637 to the spring 1639, is passed over in his narrative unnoticed. It was probably spent like the former years at Horton. Return to text. And accordingly, with his father's consent and assistance, he put himself into an equipage suitable for such a design, and so, intending to go by the way of France, he set out for Paris, accompanied only with one man, who attended him through all his travels, for his prudence was his guide, and his learning his introduction and presentation to persons of the most eminent quality. However, he had also a most civil and obliging letter of direction and advice from Sir Henry Wotton, then Provost of Eton, and formerly resident ambassador from King James I to the State of Venice, which letter is to be seen in the first edition of his miscellaneous poems. At Paris, being recommended by the said Sir Henry and other persons of quality, he went first to wait upon my Lord Scudamore, then ambassador in France from King Charles I. My lord received him with wonderful civility, and understanding he had a desire to make a visit to the great Hugo Grotius, he sent several of his attendants to wait upon him, and to present him in his name to that renowned doctor and statesman, who was at that time ambassador from Christina, Queen of Sweden, to the French king. Grotius took the visit kindly, and gave him entertainment suitable to his worth, and the high commendations he had heard of him. After a few days, not intending to make the usual tour of France, he took his leave of my lord, who, at his departure from Paris, gave him letters to the English merchants residing in any part through which he was to travel, in which they were requested to show him all the kindness and do him all the good offices that lay in their power. From Paris he hastened on his journey to Nicaea, where he took shipping, and in a short space arrived at Genoa, from whence he went to Leghorn, thence to Pisa, and so to Florence. In this city he met with many charming objects, which invited him to stay a longer time than he intended. The pleasant situation of the place, the nobleness of the structures, the exact humanity and civility of the inhabitants, the more polite and refined sort of language there than elsewhere. During the time of his stay there, which was about 2 months, he visited all the private academies of the city, which are places established for the improvement of wit and learning, and maintained a correspondence and perpetual friendship among gentlemen fitly qualified for such an institution. And such sort of academies there are in all or most of the most noted cities in Italy. Visiting these places, he was soon taken notice of by the most learned and ingenious of the nobility, and the grand wits of Florence, who caressed him with all the honours and civilities imaginable, particularly Jacopo Gatti, Garoldati, Antonio Francini, Frescobaldo, Cultellino, Bonmattei, and Clementillo, whereof Gaddi, note, it should be Francini, return to text, hath a large, elegant Italian canzonet in his praise, and Dati a Latin epistle, both printed before his Latin poems, together with a Latin distich of the Marquis of Villa, and another of Savaggi, and a Latin tetrastich of Giovanni Salsili of Rome. From Florence he took his journey to Siena, from thence to Rome, where he was detained much about the same time he had been in Florence, as well by his desire of seeing all the rarities and antiquities of that most glorious and renowned city, as by the conversation of Lucus Holstinius and other learned and ingenious men, who highly valued his acquaintance and treated him with all possible respect. From Rome he travelled to Naples, where he was introduced by a certain hermit who accompanied him in his journey from Rome thither, into the knowledge of Giovanni Battista Manso, Marquis of Villa, a Neapolitan by birth, a person of high nobility, virtue, and honour, to whom the famous Italian poet Torquato Tasso wrote his treatise De Amicitia, and moreover mentions him with great honour in that illustrious poem of his entitled Gerusalemme Liberata. This noble Marquis received him with extraordinary respect and civility, and went with him himself to give him a sight of all that was of note and remark in the city, particularly the Viceroy's palace, and was often in person to visit him at his lodging. Moreover, this noble Marquis honoured him so far as to make a Latin distich in his praise, as hath been already mentioned, which, being no less pitty than short, though already in print, it will not be unworth the while here to repeat. Ut mens forma decor facies mos, si pietas sic, non anglus, verum hecle angelus ipse fores. Note on the phrase si pietas sic. This word relates to his being a Protestant, not a Roman Catholic. EP. Return to text. In return of this honour, and in gratitude for the many favours and civilities received of him, he presented him at his departure with a large Latin eclogue, entitled Mansus, afterwards published among his Latin poems. The Marquis, at his taking leave of him, gave him this compliment, that he would have done him many more offices of kindness and civility, but was therefore rendered incapable in regard he had been over-liberal in his speech against the religion of the country. He had entertained some thoughts of passing over into Sicily and Greece, but was diverted by the news he received from England that affairs there were tending towards a civil war. Thinking it a thing unworthy in him to be taking his pleasure in foreign parts while his countrymen at home were fighting for their liberty, but first resolved to see Rome once more. And though the merchants gave him a caution that the Jesuits were hatching designs against him in case he should return thither, by reason of the freedom he took in all his discourses of religion, nevertheless he ventured to prosecute his resolution, and to Rome the second time he went, determining with himself not industriously to begin to fall into any discourse about religion, but being asked, not to deny or endeavour to conceal his own sentiments. 2 months he stayed at Rome, and in all that time never flinched, but was ready to defend the orthodox faith against all opposers. And so well he succeeded therein that, good Providence guarding him, he went safe from Rome back to Florence, where his return to his friends of that city was welcomed with as much joy and affection as, had it been to his friends and relations in his own country, he could not have come to a more joyful and welcome guest. Here, having stayed as long as at his first coming, excepting an excursion of a few days to Lucca, crossing the Apennine, and passing through Bologna and Ferrara, he arrived at Venice, where, when he had spent a month's time in viewing of that stately city, and shipped up a parcel of curious and rare books which he had picked up in his travels, particularly a chest or two of choice music books of the best masters flourishing about that time in Italy, namely Luca Marenzo, Monteverdi, Horatio Vecchi, Cifa, the Prince of Venosa, and several others, he took his course through Verona, Milan, and the Apennine Alps, and so by the Lake Lima to Geneva, where he stayed for some time and had daily converse with the most learned Giovanni Deodati, theology professor in that city. And so, returning through France by the same way he had passed it going to Italy, he, by a peregrination of 1 complete year and about 3 months, arrived safe in England about the time of the king's making his second expedition against the Scots. Soon after his return, and visits paid to his father and other friends, he took him a lodging in St. Bride's churchyard, at the house of one Russell, a tailor, where he first undertook the education and instruction of his sister's 2 sons, the younger whereof had been wholly committed to his charge and care. And here, by the way, I judge it not impertinent to mention the many authors, both of the Latin and Greek, which, through his excellent judgment and way of teaching, far above the pedantry of common public schools, where such authors are scarce ever heard of, were run over within no greater compass of time than from 10 to 15 or 16 years of age. Of the Latin, the 4 grand authors, De Re Rustica, Cato, Varro, Columella, and Palladius, Cornelius Celsus, an ancient physician of the Romans, a great part of Pliny's natural history, Vitruvius, his architecture, Frontinus, his stratagems, together with the 2 egregious poets, Lucretius and Manilius. Of the Greek, Hesiod, a poet equal with Homer, Aratus, his Phenomena and Diosemia, Dionysius Afer, De Situ Orbis, Oppian's Enigetics and Halieutic, Quintus Calaber, his poem of the Trojan War continued from Homer, Apollonius Rhodius, his Argonautics, and in prose, Plutarch's Placata Philosophorum and Peripaiton Aurorius, Sikh, Geminus's Astronomy, Xenophon's Curie Institutio and Anabasis, Aelian's Tactics, and Paulinus his warlike stratagems. Thus, by teaching, he in some measure increased his own knowledge, having the reading of all these authors, as it were, by proxy. And all this might possibly have conduced to the preserving of his eyesight, had he not, moreover, been perpetually busied in his own laborious undertakings of the book or pen. Nor did the time thus studiously employed in conquering the Greek and Latin tongues hinder the attaining to the chief Oriental languages, viz. The Hebrew, Chaldee, and Syriac, so far as to go through the Pentateuch, or 5 books of Moses, in Hebrew, to make a good entrance into the Targum, or Chaldee paraphrase, and to understand several chapters of St. Matthew in the Syriac Testament, besides an introduction into several arts and sciences, by reading Urstitius his arithmetic, Riff's geometry, Petiscus his trigonometry, Johannes de Sacrobosco de Sphira, and into the Italian and French tongues by reading in Italian Giovan Villani's History of the Transactions between several petty states of Italy, and in French a great part of Pierre Daviti, the famous geographer of France in his time. The Sunday's work was, for the most part, the reading each day a chapter of the Greek Testament, and hearing his learned exposition upon the same. And how this savoured of atheism in him, I leave to the courteous backbiter to judge. The next work after this was the writing from his own dictation, some part, from time to time, of a tractate which he thought fit to collect from the ablest of divines who had written of that subject, Amesius, Polybius, etc., viz., a perfect system of divinity, of which more hereafter. Now, persons so far manducted into the highest paths of literature, both divine and human, had they received his documents with the same acuteness of wit and apprehension, the same industry, alacrity, and thirst after knowledge as the instructor was endued with, what prodigies of wit and learning might they have proved? The scholars might in some degree have come near to the equalling of the master, or, at least, have in some sort made good what he seems to predict in the close of an elegy he made in the 17th year of his age, upon the death of one of his sister's children, a daughter, who died in her infancy. Then thou, the mother of so sweet a child, her false imagined loss cease to lament, and wisely learn to curb thy sorrows wild. This if thou do, he will an offspring give, that till the world's last end shall make thy name to live. But to return to the thread of our discourse. He made no long stay in his lodgings at St. Bright's churchyard, necessity of having a place to dispose his books in, and other goods fit for the furnishing of a good handsome house, hastening him to take one, and accordingly a pretty garden house he took in Aldersgate Street, at the end of an entry, and therefore the fitter for his turn by reason of the privacy. Besides that there are few streets in London more free from noise than that. Here first it was that his academic erudition was put in practice, and vigorously proceeded, he himself giving an example to those under him, for it was not long after his taking this house, ere his elder nephew was put to board with him also, of hard study and spare diet. Only this advantage he had, that once in 3 weeks or a month he would drop into the society of some young sparks of his acquaintance, the chief whereof were Mr. Alfred and Mr. Miller, 2 gentlemen of Gray's Inn, the beaux of those times, but nothing near so bad as those nowadays. With these gentlemen he would so far make bold with his body as now and then to keep a gaudy day. In this house he continued several years, in the 1 or 2 first whereof he set out several treatises, viz., that of Reformation, that against prelatical episcopacy, the reason of church government, the defence of Smectinius, at least the greater part of them, but as I take it all, and some time after 1 sheet of education, which he dedicated to Mr. Samuel Hartlib, he that wrote so much of husbandry. This sheet is printed at the end of the 2nd edition of his poems. And lastly, Areopagitica. During the time also of his continuance in this house, there fell out several occasions of the increasing of his family. His father, who till the taking of Reading by the Earl of Essex's forces had lived with his other son at his house there, was, upon that son's dissettlement, necessitated to betake himself to this his eldest son, with whom he lived for some years, even to his dying day. In the next place he had an addition of some scholars, to which may be added his entering into matrimony. But he had his wife's company so small a time that he may well be said to have become a single man again soon after. About Whitsuntide it was, or a little after, that he took a journey into the country, nobody about him certainly knowing the reason, or that it was any more than a journey of recreation. After a month's stay, home he returns, a married man, that went out a bachelor, his wife being Mary, the eldest daughter of Mr. Richard Powell, then a justice of peace of Forest Hill near Shotover in Oxfordshire. Some few of her nearest relations accompanying the bride to her new habitation, which, by reason the father nor anybody else were yet come, was able to receive them, where the feasting held for some days in celebration of the nuptials and for entertainment of the bride's friends. At length they took their leave, and returning to Forest Hill left the sister behind, probably not much to her satisfaction, as appeared by the sequel. By that time she had for a month or thereabout led a philosophical life, after having been used to a great house and much company and joviality. Her friends, possibly incited by her own desire, made earnest suit by letter to have her company during the remaining part of the summer, which was granted on condition of her return at the time appointed, which was Michaelmas or thereabout. In the meantime came his father and some of the forementioned disciples. And now the studies went on with so much the more vigor as there were more hands and heads employed. The old gentleman living wholly retired to his rest and devotion without the least trouble imaginable. Our author, now as it were a single man again, made it his chief diversion now and then in an evening to visit the Lady Margaret Lee, daughter to the Lee, Earl of Marlborough, who had been Lord High Treasurer of England and President of the Privy Council to King James I. This lady, being a woman of great wit and ingenuity, had a particular honour for him, and took much delight in his company, as did likewise her husband, Captain Hobson, a very accomplished gentleman. And what esteem Milton at the same time had for her appears by a sonnet he made in praise of her, which is to be seen among his other sonnets in his extant poems. Michaelmas being come, and no news of his wife's return, he sent for her by letter, and receiving no answer, sent several other letters, which were also unanswered, so that at last he dispatched down a foot messenger with a letter desiring a return. But the messenger came back not only without an answer, at least a satisfactory one, but, to the best of my remembrance, reported that he was dismissed with some sort of contempt. This proceeding, in all probability, was grounded upon no other cause but this, namely, that the family being generally addicted to the Cavalier party, as they called it, and some of them possibly engaged in the king's service, who by this time had his headquarters at Oxford, and was in some prospect of success, they began to repent them of having matched the eldest daughter of the family to a person so contrary to them in opinion, and thought it would be a blot in their escutcheon whenever that court should come to flourish again. However, it so incensed our author that he thought it would be dishonourable ever to receive her again after such a repulse, so that he forthwith prepared to fortify himself with arguments for such a resolution, and accordingly wrote 2 treatises, by which he undertook to maintain that it was against reason, and the enjoyment of it not provable by Scripture, for any married couple, disagreeable in humour and temper, or having an aversion to each other, to be forced to live yoked together all their days. The first tract was his Doctrine and Discipline of Divorce, of which there was printed a second edition, with some additions. The other, in prosecution of the first, was styled Tetracordum. Then, the better to confirm his own opinion by the attestation of others, he set out a piece called The Judgment of Martin Luther, a Protestant minister, being a translation out of that reverend divine of some part of his works, exactly agreeing with him in sentiment. Lastly, he wrote in answer to a pragmatical clerk, who would needs give himself the honour of writing against so great a man, his Colasterian, or Rod of Correction, for a saucy impertinent. Not very long after the setting forth of these treatises, having application made to him by several gentlemen of his acquaintance for the education of their sons, as understanding haply the progress he had been fixed by his first undertakings of that nature, he laid out for a larger house, and soon found it out. But in the interim, before he removed, there fell out a passage which, though it altered not the whole course he was going to steer, yet it put a stop, or rather an end, to a grand affair, which was more than probably thought to be then in agitation. It was indeed a design of marrying one of Dr. Davis's daughters, a very handsome and witty gentlewoman, but averse, as it is said, to this motion. However, the intelligence hereof, and the then declining state of the king's cause, and consequently of the circumstances of Justice Powell's family, caused them to set all engines on work to restore the late married woman to the station wherein they a little before had planted her. At last this device was pitched upon. There dwelt in the lane of St. Martin's le Grand, which was hard by, a relation of our author's, one Blackborough, whom it was known he often visited, and upon this occasion the visits were the more narrowly observed, and possibly there might be a combination between both parties, the friends on both sides concentring in the same action, though on different behalfs. One time, above the rest, he making his usual visit, the wife was ready in another room, and on a sudden he was surprised to see one whom he thought never to have seen more, making submission and begging pardon on her knees before him. He might probably at first make some show of aversion and rejection, but partly his own generous nature, more inclinable to reconciliation than to perseverance in anger and revenge, and partly the strong intercession of friends on both sides, soon brought him to an act of oblivion, and a firm league of peace for the future. And it was at length concluded that she should remain at a friend's house till such time as he was settled at his new house at Barbican, and all things for her reception in order. The place agreed on for her present abode was the widow Weber's house in St. Clement's Churchyard, whose second daughter had been married to the other brother, note Christopher Milton, return to text, many years before. The first fruits of her return to her husband was a brave girl, born within a year after, though whether by ill constitution or want of care, she grew more and more decrepit. But it was not only by children that she increased the number of the family, for in no very long time after her coming she had a great resort of her kindred with her in the house, viz., her father and mother, and several of her brothers and sisters, which were in all pretty numerous, who upon his father's sickening and dying soon after went away. And now the house looked again like a house of the Muses only, though the accession of scholars was not great. Possibly his proceeding thus far in the education of youth may have been the occasion of some of his adversaries calling him pedagogue and schoolmaster, whereas it is well known he never set up for a public school to teach all the young fry of a parish, but only was willing to impart his learning and knowledge to relations and the sons of some gentlemen that were his intimate friends. Note: there is something beautiful in the generosity with which Edward Phillips here sets himself to vindicate his uncle against the aspersions of his adversaries, as it is certain that the writer was a schoolmaster, and, by the representation of Anthony Wood, probably set up for a public school to teach all the young fry of a parish. The sentiment is, my kinsman, the great man whose merits I am commemorating, was far from being the insignificant person that I, his historian, am. I am in my proper place when I make the education of youth my daily employment and my profession. But he was a man of a different standard, and belonging to another class of intelligences. Nor is it just that terms and ideas sufficiently descriptive of my destination should be applied to one who is scarce to be paralleled by any the best of writers our nation hath in any age brought forth. Return to text. Besides, that neither his converse, nor his writings, nor his manner of teaching ever savoured in the least anything of pedantry, and probably he might have some prospect of putting in practice his academical institution according to the model laid down in his sheet of education, the progress of which design was afterwards diverted by a series of alteration in the affairs of state. For I am much mistaken if there were not about this time a design in agitation of making him adjutant general in Sir William Waller's army. But the new modelling of the army soon following proved an obstruction to that design, and Sir William, his commission being laid down, began, as the common saying is, to turn cat in pan. It was not long after the march of Fairfax and Cromwell through the city of London with the whole army, to quell the insurrections which Brown and Massey, now become malcontents also, were endeavouring to raise in the city against the army's proceedings, ere he left his great house in Barbican, and betook himself to a smaller in High Holborn, among those that opened backward in Lincoln's Inn Fields. Here he lived a private and quiet life, still prosecuting his studies and curious search into knowledge, the grand affair perpetually of his life, till such time as, the war being now at an end, with complete victory to the Parliament's side, as the Parliament then stood, purged of all its dissenting members, and the king, after some treaties with the army re infecta, brought to his trial, the form of government being now changed into a free state, he was hereupon obliged to write a treatise called The Tenure of Kings and Magistrates. Side note, March A.D. 1648-49. Return to text. After which his thoughts were bent upon retiring again to his own private studies, and falling upon such subjects as his proper genius prompted him to write of, among which was the history of our own nation from the beginning till the Norman conquest, wherein he had made some progress. Side note, A.D. 1649. Return to text. When, for this his last treatise, reviving the fame of other things he had formerly published, being more and more taken notice of for his excellency of style and depth of judgment, he was courted into the service of this new commonwealth, and at last prevailed with, for he never hunted after preferment, nor affected the tintamarre and hurry of public business, to take upon him the office of Latin secretary to the Council of State, for all their letters to foreign princes and states, for they stuck to this noble and generous resolution, not to write to any or receive answers from them, but in a language most proper to maintain a correspondence among the learned of all nations in this part of the world, scorning to carry on their affairs in the wheedling, lisping jargon of the cringing French, especially as they had a minister of state able to cope with the ablest any prince or state could employ for the Latin tongue. And so well he acquitted himself in this station, that he gained from abroad both reputation to himself and credit to the state that employed him. And it was well the business of his office came not very fast upon him, for he was scarce well warm in his secretaryship before other work flowed in upon him, which took him up for some considerable time. In the first place, there came out a book said to have been written by the king, and finished a little before his death, entitled Icon Basilicon, that is, the royal image, a book highly cried up for its smooth style and pathetical composure. Wherefore, to obviate the impression it was like to make among the many, he was obliged to write an answer, which he entitled Iconoclastes, or Image Breaker. And upon the heels of that, out comes in public the great kill-cow of Christendom with his Defensio Regis contra Populum Anglicanum. Note, this title everyone will see to be a misstatement. No man ever professed to write against a people for their governors. The proper title is Defensio Regia pro Carolo I ad Carolum II. Return to text. A man so famous and cried up for his Plinian exercitations and other pieces of reputed learning, that there could nowhere have been found a champion that durst lift up the pen against so formidable an adversary, had not our little English David had the courage to undertake this great French Goliath, to whom he gave such a hit in the forehead that he presently staggered and soon after fell. For immediately upon the coming out of the answer, entitled Defensio Populi Anglicani contra Claudium Anonymum, etc., he who till then, side note, AD 1651, return to text, had been chief minister and superintendent in the court of the learned Christina, Queen of Sweden, dwindled in esteem to that degree that he at last vouchsafed to speak to the meanest servant. In short, he was dismissed with so cold and slighting an adieu that, after a faint dying reply, he was glad to have recourse to death, the remedy of all evils and ender of all controversies. Side note, AD 1652. Return to text. And now I presume our author had some breathing space, but it was not long, for though Salmasius was departed, he left some stings behind. New enemies started up, barkers, though no great biters. Who the first asserter of Salmasius his cause was, is not certainly known, but variously conjectured at, some supposing it to be one Janus, a lawyer of Gray's Inn, some to be Dr. Bramall, who was made by King Charles II, after his restoration, Archbishop of Armagh in Ireland. But whoever the author was, the book was thought fit to be taken into correction, and our author, not thinking it worth his own undertaking, to the disturbing the progress of whatever more chosen work he had then in hand, committed this task to the younger of his two nephews, but with such exact emendations before it went to the press that it might have very well passed for his, but that he was willing the person that took the pains to prepare it for his examination and polishment should have the name and credit of being the author, so that it came forth under this title, Johannes Philippi, Angli, Defensio pro Populo Anglicano contra, etc. Side note, AD 1652. Footnote, this title is given from memory and inaccurately. Return to text. During the writing and publishing of this book, he lodged at one Thompson's next door to the Bullhead Tavern at Charing Cross, opening into the Spring Garden, which seems to have been only a lodging taken till his designed apartment in Scotland Yard was prepared for him. For hither he soon removed from the foresaid place, and here his third child, a son, was born, which, through the ill usage or bad constitution of an ill-chosen nurse, died an infant. From this apartment, whether he thought it not healthy or otherwise convenient for his use, or whatever else was the reason, he soon after took a pretty garden house in Petty France in Westminster, next door to the Lord Scudamore's, and opening into St. James's Park. Here he remained no less than 8 years, namely, from the year 1652 till within a few weeks of King Charles II's restoration. In this house, his first wife dying in childbed, he married a second, who after a year's time died in childbed also. This his second marriage was about 2 or 3 years after his being wholly deprived of sight, which was just going about the time of his answering Salmasius, whereupon his adversaries gladly take occasion of imputing his blindness as a judgment upon him for his answering the king's book, etc. Footnote, Regii Sanguini Clamor, 1652. Return to text. Whereas it is most certainly known that his sight, what with his continual study, his being subject to the headache, and his perpetual tampering with physic to preserve it, had been decaying for above a dozen years before, and the sight of one, for a long time, clearly lost. Here he wrote by his amanuensis his 2 answers to Alexander More, who, upon the last answer, quitted the field. So that, being now quiet from state adversaries and public contests, he had leisure again for his own studies and private designs. Side note, A.D. 1655, return to text, which were his foresight History of England and a New Thesaurus Linguae Latinae, according to the manner of Stephanus, a work he had been long since collecting from his own reading, and still went on with it at times, even very near to his dying day. But the papers after his death were so discomposed and deficient that it could not be made fit for the press. However, what there was of it was made use of for another dictionary. But the height of his noble fancy and invention began now to be seriously and mainly employed in a subject worthy of such a muse, viz., a heroic poem, entitled Paradise Lost, the noblest in the general esteem of learned and judicious persons of any yet written by any either ancient or modern. This subject was first designed to be produced to the world in the form of a tragedy, and in the fourth book of the poem there are 6 verses, which several years before the poem was begun were shown to me and some others as designed for the very beginning of the said tragedy. The verses are these: O thou that with surpassing glory crowned look'st from thy sole dominion like the God of this new world, at whose sight all the stars hide their diminished heads, to thee I call, but with no friendly voice, and add thy name, O Sun, to tell thee how I hate thy beams, that bring to my remembrance from what state I fell, how glorious once above thy sphere, till pride and worse ambition threw me down, warring in heaven against heaven's glorious King. There is another very remarkable passage in the composure of this poem, which I have a particular occasion to remember. For whereas I had the perusal of it from the very beginning, for some years, as I went from time to time to visit him in a parcel of 10, 20, or 30 verses at a time, which, being written by whatever hand came next, might possibly want correction as to orthography and pointing, having, as the summer came on, not been showed any for a considerable while, and desiring the reason thereof, was answered that his vein never happily flowed but from the autumnal equinoctial to the vernal, and that whatever he attempted otherwise was never to his satisfaction, though he courted his fancy never so much, so that in all the year he was about this poem, he may be said to have spent but half his time therein. It was but a little before the king's restoration that he wrote and published his book in defense of a commonwealth. So undaunted he was in declaring his true sentiments to the world, and not long before his power of the civil magistrate in ecclesiastical affairs, and his treatise against hirelings, just upon the king's coming over, having a little before been sequestered from his office of Latin secretary, and the salary thereunto belonging. He was forced to leave his house also in petty France, where all the time of his abode there, which was 8 years, as above mentioned, he was frequently visited by persons of quality, particularly by my Lady Rainlaw, whose son for some time he had instructed, and by all learned foreigners of note, who could not part out of the city without giving a visit to a person so eminent. And lastly, by particular friends that had a high esteem for him, viz. Mr. Andrew Marvell, young Lawrence, the son of him that was president of Oliver's council, to whom there is a sonnet, among the rest, in his printed poems, Mr. Marchemont Needham, the writer of Politicus, but above all Mr. Syriac Skinner, whom he honoured with 2 sonnets, one long since public among his poems, the other but newly printed. His next removal was by the advice of those that wished him well, and had a concern for his preservation, into a place of retirement and abscondence, till such time as the current of affairs for the future should instruct him what farther course to take. It was a friend's house in Bartholomew Close, where he lived till the act of oblivion came forth, which, it pleased God, proved as favourable to him as could be hoped or expected, through the intercession of some that stood his friends, both in council and parliament, particularly in the House of Commons. Mr. Andrew Marvell, a member for Hull, acted vigorously in his behalf, and made a considerable party for him, so that, together with John Goodwin of Coleman Street, he was only so far accepted as not to bear any office in the Commonwealth. Soon after appearing again in public, side note, 1662, return to text, he took a house in Holborn, near Red Lion Fields, where he stayed not long. Before his pardon having passed the seal, he removed to Jewin Street. There he lived when he married his third wife, recommended to him by his old friend Dr. Paget in Coleman Street. But he stayed not long after his new marriage, ere he removed to a house in the Artillery Walk leading to Bunhill Fields. And this was his last stage in this world, but it was of many years' continuance, more perhaps than he had had in any other place besides. Here he finished his noble poem, and published it in the year 1666. The first edition was printed in Porto by one Simons, a printer in Aldersgate Street, and a second in a large octavo by Starkey near Temple Bar, amended, enlarged, and differently disposed as to the number of books, by his own hand, that is, by his own appointment, and a third has been set forth, many years since his death, in a large folio, with cuts added by Jacob Tonson. Here it was also that he finished and published his History of our Nation till the Conquest, all complete so far as he went. Side note, he published his History of England in the year 1670, return to text. Some passages only being accepted, which, being thought too sharp against the clergy, could not pass the hand of the licenser, were in the hands of the late Earl of Anglesey while he lived, where at present is uncertain. It cannot certainly be concluded when he wrote his excellent tragedy entitled Samson Agonistes, but sure enough it is that it came forth after his publication of Paradise Lost, together with his other poem called Paradise Regained, which doubtless was begun and finished and printed after the other was published, and that in a wonderful short space of time, considering the sublimeness of it. However, it is generally censured to be much inferior to the other, though he could not hear with patience any such thing when related to him. Possibly the subject may not afford such variety of invention, but it is thought by the most judicious to be little or nothing inferior to the other for style and decorum. The said Earl of Anglesey, whom he presented with a copy of the unlicensed papers of his history, came often here to visit him, as very much coveting his society and converse, as likewise others of the nobility, and many persons of eminent quality, nor were the visits of foreigners ever more frequent than in this place, almost to his dying day. His treatise of True Religion, Heresy, Schism, and Toleration, etc., was doubtless the last thing of his writing that was published before his death. He had, as I remember, prepared for the press an answer to some little scribbling quack in London who had written a scurrilous libel against him, but whether by the dissuasion of friends, as thinking him a fellow not worth his notice, or for what other cause I know not, this answer was never published. He died in the year 1673, towards the latter end of the summer. Footnote, November 8th, 1674, return to text, and had a very decent interment, according to his quality, in the church of St. Giles Cripplegate, being attended from his house to the church by several gentlemen then in town, his principal well-wishers and admirers. He had 3 daughters who survived him many years, and a son, all by his first wife, of whom sufficient mention hath been made. Anne, his eldest, as above said, and Mary, his second, who were both born at his house in Barbican, and Deborah, the youngest, who is yet living, born at his house in Petty France, between whom and his second daughter the son named John was born as above mentioned, at his apartment in Scotland Yard. By his second wife, Catherine, the daughter of Captain Woodcock of Hackney, he had only one daughter, of which the mother the first year after her marriage died in childbed, and the child also within a month after. By his third wife, Elizabeth, the daughter of one Mr. Minshall of Cheshire, and kinswoman to Dr. Paget, who survived him, and is said to be yet living, he never had any child. And those he had by the first, he made serviceable to him in that very particular in which he most wanted their service, and supplied his want of eyesight by their eyes and tongue. For though he had daily about him one or other to read to him, some persons of man's estate, who of their own accord greedily catched at the opportunity of being his readers, that they might as well reap the benefit of what they read to him as oblige him with the benefit of their reading, others of younger years sent by their parents to the same end, yet excusing only the eldest daughter by reason of her bodily infirmity and difficult utterance of speech, which, to say the truth, I doubt was the principal cause of excusing her, the other two were condemned to the performance of reading and exactly pronouncing of all the languages of whatever book he should at one time or other think fit to peruse, viz., the Hebrew, and I think the Syriac, the Greek, the Latin, Italian, Spanish, and French, all which sorts of books, to be confined to read without understanding one word, must needs be a trial of patience almost beyond endurance, yet it was endured by both for a long time. Yet the irksomeness of this employment could not always be concealed, but broke out more and more into expressions of uneasiness, so that at length they were all, even the eldest also, sent out to learn some curious and ingenious sorts of manufacture that are proper for women to learn, particularly embroideries in gold or silver. It had been happy indeed if the daughters of such a person had been made in some measure inheritrixes of their father's learning, but since fate otherwise decreed, the greatest honor that can be ascribed to this now living, and so would have been to the others had they lived, is to be the daughter of a man of his extraordinary character. He is said to have died worth £1,500 in money, a considerable estate, all things considered, besides household goods, for he sustained such losses as might well have broke any person less frugal and temperate than himself, no less than £2,000, which he had put for security and improvement into the excise office, but neglecting to recall it in time, could never after get it out, with all the power and interest he had in the great ones of those times, besides another great sum by mismanagement and for want of good advice. Thus I have reduced into form and order whatever I have been able to rally up, either from the recollection of my own memory of things transacted while I was with him, or the information of others equally conversant afterwards, or from his own mouth by frequent visits to the last. I shall conclude this history with two material passages, which, though they relate not immediately to our author or his own particular concerns, yet, in regard that they happened during his public employment of Latin Secretary to the Council of State of the Commonwealth of England, and consequently felt most especially under his cognizance, it will not be amiss here to subjoin them. The first was this. Before the war broke forth between the States of England and the Dutch, the Hollanders sent over 3 ambassadors in order to an accommodation. But they returning re infecta, the Dutch sent away a plenipotentiary to offer peace upon much milder terms, or at least to gain more time. But this plenipotentiary could not make such haste, but that the Parliament had procured a copy of their instructions in Holland, which were delivered by our author to his kinsman, who was then with him, to translate for the Council to view, before the said plenipotentiary had taken shipping for England, and an answer to all he had in charge lay ready for him before he made his public entry into London. In the next place, there came a person with a very sumptuous train, pretending himself an agent from the Prince of Condé, who was then in arms against Cardinal Mazarin. The Parliament, mistrusting him, set their instruments so busily at work that in 4 or 5 days they had procured intelligence from Paris that he was a spy from King Charles, whereupon the very next morning our author's kinsman was sent to him, with an order of council commanding him to depart the kingdom within 3 days, or expect the punishment of a spy. By these 2 remarkable passages we may clearly discover the industry and good intelligence of those times. End of the Life of Milton, written by his nephew, Mr. Edward Phillips. Recording by Thomas Copeland.